did not. Is this a computer that's supposed to be in right now?
I think she's going to use the Mac.
Is that the first computer up?
I'm like, I'm just welcoming.
Oh, got it. Oh, so this is the first one that's up then, right? Okay. Okay.
And then for this one, do you have the C
I
charger?
do. When is this being switched over?
There will be
Feel free to use this for the mic.
Okay. Yeah, and I know that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the second day of PCC's Pi Day celebration, and I'm happy to see the audience here. So I am Veronica Jaramillo. I'm the Dean of Natural Sciences, and it's my honor to welcome you guys to Pasadena City College. We have an exciting program that's going to be celebrating how mathematics is used and the incorporation of AI and thinking about not only how it's being used in mathematical calculations, but also the ethics behind using AI. So I think we'll have a very interesting panel of speakers. I love to hear about mathematics and see so many younger generations hear about math. When I was a child, my bachelor's degree was actually double major in mathematics and chemistry. And I think that the basics of math really helps with thinking about how to problem solve. And it's really the basics of all science and most of the things that we do. So understanding math is really essential in doing almost any occupation. So I'm a believer that math is really an important characteristic and learning tool for thinking about thinking and solving problems. I'm now not a mathematician, I'm the dean, but I did an advanced degree in chemistry, physical chemistry, and so I continued to do mathematics throughout all of my career in academics. And now I do it in a different way, looking at statistics of enrollment and success and retention data. Okay, so I am going to bring up our esteemed Board of Trustee, Ryan Liu, so he can also welcome you to our campus.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. My name is Ryan Liu. I serve on the governing school board for Pasadena City College. It now strikes me as for next year, I should have put an I where the A is in Pasadena. Then it could be Pasadena City College. But I'm really excited to be here today. I'm really looking forward to this discussions going on. I will have to admit I was not great at math back when I was a PCC student and back in high school. I think if I had attended events like these, I would have gained a deeper appreciation for math, and then I wouldn't have had to become a lawyer, which I am now. But I think especially for a lot of my colleagues on the governing school board and myself, thinking about how do we prepare our students for the economy and the world of tomorrow, a large proportion of that will not only be STEM, of course, but also AI and the intersection between STEM and AI. So I think all the speakers here today, I'm really looking forward to listening to what they have to say. And thank you so much for all the students who are volunteering, and of course, the wonderful professor, dean, and everyone who made this possible. Can we give them a round of applause as well? Thank you so much and enjoy the program today.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up our moderator for the discussion. So Professor Charles Lee Powell from Caltech.
Thank you, Veronica. So my name is Thomas Howe. I'm a professor at Caltech, just across the street. So we also had a very successful event last night, yesterday. At Caltech, the first time we host a Pi Day event, we have over 80 people attended, very stimulating discussions. So today we have even more fantastic program. So we are very happy to have 5 speakers. The first speaker will be is a postdoc from Caltech, Dr. Xiaozhou Fang. He will talk to us to bio-inspire aerial robotics, jet propulsion, and in the animal flights. So after that, we have four speakers. We do not have a break in between until after the about 3:30. So then we will have a short break and then followed by panel discussion. Okay. So let me call the first speaker, Dr. Fang. Yeah. So he will give a nice demo for this bio-inspired robot. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Ho and Jennifer, for inviting me to be here. It's a huge honor and to be presenting you guys of my work in basically PhD. So here we goes. Okay, here we go. Is it popping up? Okay, here we go. So yeah, my talk is about bio-inspired aerial robots, jet propulsion in animal flight. It's not immediately has to do with AI, but I would invite you throughout the talk, think about applications that can, connect what we do, what I do here, with AI. There's a huge potential. So the underlying motivation behind this is air mobility. For example, if you think about, we buy things from Amazon these days, right? We in LA, we are blessed to have the goods delivered to us most likely the next day or the day after. But I want to invite you to think even bolder. What about next hour? What about how to solve this last mile problem where you have to carry large quantity of goods in residential area where there is pedestrian walking on the streets and they are not necessarily obey the laws all the time, and you have to think about these sharp the weight behind a building, and you have to be stable as a drones. So these are the questions that we're going to discuss. Let's take a look at nature's solution. For example, bats. As you can see in this, the first image, which is a flying fox, it actually carries its young in its belly. So they are super mom. The fact that they can carry their young means they can carry a huge amount of payload. And more often, not only they can carry this much of payload, but also they fly with remarkably stable gait, such as the case of this fruit nectar feeding bat, Glossophaga. They are able to suck in the nectar from the feeder, and you can see their head is almost stationary. So this is due to the fact that they fly by the hands. Their hands are, like our hands, are super agile, features many degrees of freedom. And think about drones, right? Like I mentioned earlier, there is all kind of turbulence in air. So, and nature, again, offers us this solution where we see as the bat flying through a window, it's hit by an air jet that is multiple times of its own body weight. Imagine you are hit, as you're walking, you are hit by this big boulder, and you are all of a sudden you tumble a little bit. But watch very closely that the bat is able to recover from this aerial tumble, a jet hitting on its wing within one wind beat cycle. This is far superior than any drones that we have these days. So hopefully I motivated you to believe that the animal flight, they are agile, they are stable, and they are efficient. Think about, for example, eagles. Without a break of a sweat, they can utilize these thermal columns to gain height and do long distance travel without spending any energy. This is all good, but the fact that when we think about drones these days, the first image that pops in our head is still this very noisy and clumsy machine that we can hear them from miles apart. That begs the problem. What is going on here, right? What's the technical challenge that remains to be solved? Obviously, over the years, top universities have offered solutions, such as the case for MIT and Caltech and various of industry sectors, such as the case for German Festo. But still, much remains to be done. And I want to basically characterize the challenge remain to space and time. Spatially, not only if we look at bats fly, they feature this up and down motion, but on top of that, it also features more articulated, subtle motion, such as the twisting and folding. And more subtly, if you use a microscope and look very closely, you will see their wing with membranes between the digits will bulge like a balloon. And this is the camber. So this is very subtle motion, but have disproportionate effect on their flight characteristics. And we need to capture all of these multi-scale motion. On the other hand, things to do with time. We are so used to airliners these days, and we feel the disturbance. We call a turbulence and to be dangerous. On the other hand, we want, in other words, we want our flight to be smooth, like the image shown here. Everything is stay nice and attached to airfoil. However, animal flight, they begin with unsteady flight. So they flap their wing, and immediately they have these small tornadoes being generated, and they thrive on these unsteady phenomena. They capture these tornadoes and utilize them to harvest energy from these small tornadoes to get them to long distance. So these are characterized as unsteady motion, unsteady interaction. Today, I'm going to talk about the extreme of unsteady interaction, which is how the wing and wing interact with each other to effect this jet propulsion in animal flight, in bat, for example. Let's take a look at this side-by-side video of two bats flying in the wind tunnel. On the left, we have a bat. Basically, so we're looking up and look at its belly, and it's flying level and straight. On the left, it's flying at medium speed, and we see that the wing, like I mentioned earlier, will fold during upstroke. But the distance, if you look very carefully, track the two wingtips, we see they are good distance apart. Whereas on the right, the folding angle is so much that they actually smash together. So we hypothesize that by this smashing together, if you clap your clap your hands, for example, you will feel the air coming out, right? So the similar idea apply here, in the sense that there's a donut-shaped vortex ring being generated, and in animal or swimming animals, we know that the donut shape means there is thrust, there is jet propulsion being generated, and we want to test it. And such a phenomenon not only is found in bats, also in this cute Japanese golden finch, and also in sea lion, for example. They have their flippers, and they bring their four flippers close to effect this water jet, which is a form of jet propulsion. Obviously, bats, animals, they will not behave nicely. So we have to think of a strategy to consistently test this hypothesis. Here goes the robotic component of this study. So we build robots that can mimic their motion in a consistent manner, and we test our hypothesis with these platform. And with that, I want to introduce Flaparoo, third incarnation. So it is a bio-inspired robots that can mimic the flapping motion up and down, and folding and twisting. All these motions are coupled and programmed to give our faithful motion, replication of the wing motion, so we can study in a consistent manner in a wind tunnel. And to actually home in to see the jet being produced, we need to illuminate the flow field. And we do that by a technique called particle image velocimetry. Basically, it's a fancy jargon says you have a powerful laser and you shine the whole flow field within a very small split of a second, and you see how the particles moves in that short window. And you can track by tracking the motion of the particles, you can solve for the forces. So basically, you can think of the wind tunnel. Some of you might not be familiar. You can think of the wind tunnel as a fancy term for treadmill for walking. So this is the treadmill for flight animals. So I'm happy to report that by this technique, we do observe this huge jet being produced as a process of the clapping. You can see this huge red blob being generated, and subsequently, because there's a free stream, there's air pushing it downstream, so it's being swept downstream by the free stream. One important question to ask, if you think about way back in the beginning of the talk, is it worth it to, you have to, in order to have this clapping, you have to dump more energy to effect this actuation, right? Is it worth it to actually have this effect? So in other words, compare with what you gain, is it worth it to pay the extra power? So this is characterized by the power economy, and we see that in general, this mode of jet propulsion is extremely efficient when you compare to the other modes of flight. And obviously, there is symmetry breaking where when you beat your wing down, you retract, and this is how birds and bats use fold to gain some of the lift. And with that, I want to conclude my talk. Basically, we're looking at a future next generation of aerial robots that can seamlessly blend to our everyday life with extremely good amount of payload and stability. And there are much to be done. And I think AI has a really fantastic role in enabling all these new technology. And I want to thank you for your time. And if you have questions, please let me know.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Dr. Fred? Yeah.
It's Tony.
Yeah, just press the button so it says green.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly interested in this because I worked with wind tunnels at Caltech
Yes.
before.
Lucas.
But anyway, since the day is about AI, part
Yeah.
of it, so just like airplanes
Yeah.
do not imitate the natural world when they fly, but here you are trying to follow the natural world. So what do you have in mind for future potential applications? In other words, with this, you see in the future we have efficient flapping wings, flights?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I remember yesterday someone also asked a similar question. I think the reason we don't have dragons, for example, right, the big mythical creatures that can carry tons of payload, is because there is a scaling problem. Just because if you think about the biggest birds that we have today is albatross. The wing span is about 8 feet or 2 meters each. So, and that has to do with the fundamental that there's a vortex stabilized. I'll spare you with the technicality, but I think these small-scale drones, they really thrive in that scale. So I think, and especially suitable for deliver small quantity of goods in an efficient manner. And but on the other hand, just because we don't want to build airplanes that flap their wing, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't study them. So for example, camber, right, dynamical camber, that's something we can transfer. We learn from birds and bats fly, but we can transfer that perhaps to the design of airliner. And so there are components, modules that can be transferred to bigger airplanes. But the modes of motion, that itself might be limited by the scale, if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, let's move to the next speaker. So we have Professor. Let me set up the computer first. Oh, okay, good, thank you. How do I get the to see?
Oh, you have a
No. So if you can plug directly
Yeah,
here.
I think it goes there.
Oh.
It's okay.
Okay, perfect. Could you don't go away, don't go away. Make sure that you work. But it doesn't show up right now. Okay. Okay, good. So let me see. Yeah, so, oh, hold on. Is this not the slideshow? Hold on. Slideshow. Is this not full screen, right? How do you do that?
You can click on the. There is a.
Which one? Did I do it for me? Give me this one.
This is.
Oh, it's supposed to be like this? Okay. Perfect. So next, I would like to introduce my colleague, Professor Yi-Sang Yu from Caltech. He's a professor of computing and mathematical science, a leading expert in machine learning and AI. So today he will speak to us on the power of AI, the impact of foundation models for science and engineer. Okay, Yi-Sang.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to first start off by thanking the organizers for inviting me to speak at this wonderful event. Today, I want to maybe take you through a little bit of some of the topics I actually teach in my class at Caltech, and then maybe close with some thoughts about where AI is headed. So, AI is really powered by this idea called machine learning. These days, these two concepts are used synonymously. But fundamentally, what is machine learning? Machine learning is the process of converting data and experience into knowledge. Data are the things that we're all very familiar with these days. A knowledge is expressed as a computer model. The most famous these days is, of course, ChatGPT. And process is a computer algorithm, also known as a machine learning algorithm. So these are the basic building blocks by which we build AI systems today. What is machine learning used for? Well, we've seen all the famous examples, but actually there are many examples that might surprise you. Perhaps the earliest examples of machine learning being useful in a commercial setting are things like recommender systems, things like advertising. This is the first application of AI that generated revenue. This is how Google became revenue positive. Spam filtering. One of the first applications of AI was spam filtering. This was done decades ago before it became more general purpose. If you talk to your phone and your phone recognizes what you're saying, that's done using AI. Self-driving cars, I spent 2 years working on autonomous driving. They use multiple forms of AI from perception to behavior modeling to motion planning. I've done quite a bit of collaborations in a similar space where we do autonomy, but not on urban roads on Earth, but on foreign objects such as Mars. If you've used generative AI today, this is sort of the predominant use case people think about, which is generative language and generative art. I just made this from Gemini, which is Google's large language model, the other day, asking generate an image of a robot celebrating Pi Day. Of course, ChatGPT. And in many areas at Caltech, we are using AI to empower scientists. For example, this is a screenshot of a project by my collaborator, David Van Valen, whom I collaborate with, on using AI to do more automated analysis for biomedical imaging, such as for various pathologies. So the first success of modern AI is this area called supervised deep learning. This revolution happened around 13 years ago. And the basic recipe is you have raw data. I'll call it X. So if you'll forgive me, I'm going to use a few notations here. I hope that's okay with everyone. You have raw data called X. It could be anything. You have some signal you want to predict. This is called supervision. So here is just a depiction of star ratings from Amazon, but it could be anything. And you have a lot of these. You put this into a computer algorithm, and the computer algorithm spits out what's called a model that predicts y given x that's trained on a massive amount of data. And this model is typically what's called a deep neural network. So this is sort of the basic ingredients of AI. Okay. So how does these deep neural networks work? Well, so you have an X. So you can think of X as, a bunch of attributes. Each dimension X could be like a vector of, millions of attributes, each one about, if it's movies, about who's acting in it, what year it was produced, a whole bunch of attributes. Here I'm just visualizing 2 attributes just for the sake of simplicity, but you should imagine millions or billions of attributes. And then you have labels, like is this a good or bad movie? That's Y is 1 or Y is 0. So this is sort of a cartoon depiction of what AI is. And then you scale this idea up, of course. And the goal is to learn a model, given this data, that can separate the good movies from the bad movies. That's that blue line. This is what's called a linear model, okay, because it's a straight line. In reality, the reason why this is hard in a real application is because most of the real applications require what's called a nonlinear model. You can't just split the data with a straight line, which is relatively easy to do. You have to actually do compositions of multiple different models and then compose them over and over and over again in order to get something that actually can make accurate predictions. So I'm showing you here the simplest non-trivial composition of 2 models, which is 2 linear models that you compose together to learn to predict the good movies from the bad movies in this sort of toy version of the problem. But this should give you a hint about what deep neural networks are doing. So this is the anatomy of a deep neural network. You start with what's called an artificial neuron. You take in the raw data, the X on the left-hand side, and then you sort of combine them in certain ways, and then you pass it through some transformation. You get an output, what's called an output feature. Okay? So just one of these by itself is just a single linear model, like this thing. Just one of these by itself. Okay? What a deep neural network does is you create a layer of neurons, each one with its own weights, so you have a bunch of these linear models in a layer. And after you have this layer, the outputs of this entire layer forms the inputs to the next layer, okay? And you do this over and over again. That's how you get this composition. That simple example with the 2 linear models, that's a very tiny special case of a fully scaled up deep neural network. And you can stack many layers, 10, 20, 30. There are neural networks with hundreds of layers stacked together. And so the way you can sort of begin to visualize what's happening is that each layer, each neuron in each layer is this simple linear model that splits the data, and then it creates this new transformation, and it creates a new transformation. You keep composing, until finally, in the last layer of this neural network, the output representation has been produced such that it cleanly separates the good movies from the bad movies, and just a simple linear model on the output of the last layer. So you just do this sequence of compositions until you've achieved what a good representation for the prediction task. And this is what deep neural networks do. You just feed it tons of data. You give it the ability to learn all these transformations. You run the computer learning algorithm that finds the right transformations, and then it's able to make accurate predictions. So in a nutshell, this is why deep neural networks are so powerful if you give it enough data. Okay? So that's the story so far. Supervised learning, lots of raw data, lots of signals that you want to predict, feed into a neural network. The neural network learns the sequence of transformations of the data so that it can easily predict at the end the signal. Now, the limitation of this approach is that supervised labels are actually very hard to collect in many domains. So in the domain that I spent a long time working on, which is autonomous driving, that's a potentially $1 trillion industry if you think about all the driving that people do, all the transportation that people need across the world. And so people are willing to invest a lot of money into labeling, oh, this is a human, oh, this is a car. For example, here you have an image and someone has to actually label this is a dog. There are many domains that you might care about where it's simply not economically feasible to hire people to create high quality labels. And so this is the bottleneck if you think about societal impact of supervised learning, the lack of supervised labels. So people started inventing what's called self-supervised learning approaches. What that does is you don't have any labels. I just have a little bit of understanding of the domain I'm working with, and I could create synthetic labels or synthetic learning tasks. Here's an example from a very famous paper published several years ago, where you have an image. I don't necessarily care what's in the image, but I do know that if I crop the image, if I rotate the image, if I reflect the image, if I make the image grayscale, if I delete part of the image, the label should be exactly the same. I don't necessarily care what the label is. I don't need a human to label it, but I know whatever the label is, it should be identical or invariant, if you will, if you want to use a mathematical term, to all of these modifications. And you can actually use that to automatically create training data to train these neural networks without having a human having to manually annotate. And this is a very powerful idea because this allows us to scale up training of these neural networks to 2 to 3 orders of magnitude more data than we currently have supervised labels for. And that's also the idea behind large language models like GPT, right? So you have text, like a sequence of sentences, a sequence of words, a sentence. I don't have any labels for this. I have no labels. I don't want people to annotate, the text because that is extremely expensive. But I can just say, well, look, if I just see the inputs to an initial sentence, all I want the model to do is to learn to predict the next word. I could do that without any training data. I could do that on internet scale data, billions and billions of words, or even trillions if we get to that amount. And this is sort of the basis upon which large language models are trained. And then after you've trained this model, then you can then think about applying it to other contexts. But this is why these large language models work. By the way, the answer should not be homework in this example, by the way, just for the students in the audience. Okay, so just to summarize the AI paradigms. About 13 years ago, we had the first breakthroughs in successful applications of supervised learning to many relevant scenarios, the most iconic of which is autonomous driving. So this is an example of a real labeling task. You have an image of a scene, and a human has to actually annotate every pixel in this image with sidewalk, road, car, pedestrian, etc. This is very expensive, and you need the labels to be very, very high quality. So you're paying people a lot of money to produce these labels. And if you need 1 million of these images labeled, that's a lot of money. But that's what's needed to get these methods to be reliable using supervised learning. Of course, in autonomous driving, that investment may be justified by the economic return. With supervised learning, you get an AI model that can make predictions, right? Given an image, it will just predict what's in the image. You deploy that predictor in an autonomous driving system, and it's used to make decisions. That's why it's valuable. Without access to enough labels, you use a large background data set and you use these self-supervised learning approaches that I just described, which do not rely on any labels, and you train a neural network embedding that can sort of learn to recognize these invariant patterns in the data, or these patterns in the data that aren't necessarily associated with an explicit label. But the idea is that if you can learn that this image of a dog, you don't know that it's a dog, but if you rotate it, it's the same image. If you learn that concept, then intuitively, with very few supervised labels afterwards, you can learn that this is a dog because you've learned all the other interesting properties of the image that doesn't depend on the exact identity of the image. And that's why self-supervised learning is so powerful, and that's why it was able to reduce the annotation burden of a human expert annotating things. Large language models, or foundation models as they're more commonly called in my world, are just this idea of supervised learning scaled up to internet scale. You take internet scale data, language, in text and images, and you do the same kind of self-supervised learning, and at internet scale, we just call these things foundation models. And the interesting thing about foundation models is that if they're trained on a lot of text, then if you want to build a predictor that you use in a system, sometimes all you need to do is give it instructions. That's all you need to do. And then you have a predictor that you can put in various services. The thing that I want you to keep in mind as we sort of look at this evolution, this rapid evolution of AI algorithms, is that what you see as a trend towards much more efficient task-specific decoding. If I, as an engineer, want to build an AI model that put it in my system, before I would have to spend millions of dollars collecting supervised labels before I even start to think about the problem. Now I just prompt GPT and I'm good. Right? That's what's happening. And it is this transformation that is generating all this excitement in AI right now. You can now cost-effectively build AI models for many tasks, ranging from autonomy to knowledge work, such as helping you code, although students don't rely on this when you learn how to code the first time, to science. This is sort of why this is happening. So foundation models are called foundation models because once you train it once, and then you could very, very, very efficiently adapt it to many tasks, sometimes just by giving it textual instructions. That's an adaptation. The key idea is that you don't start from scratch. There is no reason to do machine learning from scratch these days in the modern age of foundation models. I should also mention that foundation models go beyond text. There are many image-based foundation models. You do the same thing. You pre-train on a large background corpus and then of images, and then you can easily adapt it to many, many, many tasks. For those of you who want to play with image foundation models, there's one that's open source that's perhaps arguably the most useful and most famous thus far is Dino V2 from Meta AI, where you see on the left is an image, what you see on the right is sort of a visualization of what Dino V2 has learned about this image in a completely unsupervised or self-supervised way. It's learned that the wings of this bird image have a similar meaning to each other. It doesn't know exactly what it means, but it knows it's similar to each other. It knows it's similar to the wings of an airplane. It doesn't know what it means. It doesn't know that it's a wing. It just knows that from looking at millions and millions or billions of images, these things seem to mean the same thing. You can just then very quickly take this model, give it just a few labels, and adapt it to a specific prediction task. That's what you see on the right, where you have depth estimation in that depth color field, right? You just say this image in this monocular image is this deep in terms of distance from the camera, and it can predict it. I really like the example on the bottom, where you provide you provide a pair of images, in this case of a cartoon dinosaur and a fossil of a dinosaur. And you give it just a few labels of correspondences, like between the snout, between the back, between the tail, and it's able to learn to predict this just with a few supervised examples. It's very fun. You can try it yourself. It's open source. You can download it and play with it yourself. So you can easily imagine how these ideas can really accelerate many applications in science and engineering. But of course, the story doesn't end here. In my lab at Caltech, we are interested in helping build the next generation of foundation models. Just to give you a sense of how this process works in my lab, and this is of course in collaboration with other researchers at Caltech as well, here's just one example. Okay, here we go. So I asked one of the top foundation models, this one's called Gemini from Google, this question. Generate an image of a yellow ball, a blue ball, and a red ball. The yellow ball should be in front and to the left of the blue ball from the perspective of the camera, and the red ball should be between the other two. The yellow ball should be twice the size of the blue ball by volume, and the red ball should be half the size of the blue ball by volume. And Gemini and GPT, all the foundation models, they'll be like, oh, great, I can totally do this for you. Here's an image. Okay. It's visually pleasing image, I'll give it that, but clearly something's off. And this is because these models, this is just one limitation of these models, they don't have a very sophisticated sense of spatial and visually grounded reasoning. Right? They're trained on actually their ability to understand what's happening in an image is actually very primitive compared to the really sophisticated and nuanced tasks that we might want to use them for. Their ability to understand text is much higher, of course. And so spatial and visual reasoning is important both in science and in engineering. Right? So, if you want to build an autonomous system to do something much more sophisticated than just get from point A to point B and avoid obstacles, and do something a lot more sophisticated than that, it needs to have a much more sophisticated understanding of the spatial relationships of the scene in front of it. Similarly, in science, this is a screenshot from my colleagues in astronomy. You take in these large telescope surveys across multiple different channels, from radio waves to light field to visible light to other channels, and it's in this spatial pattern. You want to analyze the properties of the galaxy that you're observing. LLMs, our foundation models today are very poor at actually processing this kind of information and giving me something intelligent. Because in part because there just hasn't been trained for that, because it's hard to acquire training data in this way. Right? I could train an LLM like GPT on all the legal briefs and all the court cases that the Supreme Court has ever read, because it's all public and there's lots of them. And I can then use that knowledge, self-supervised knowledge, to train an LLM to help me with some assistance with some legal issue. But there is not enough training data for stuff like this. It just doesn't exist out there. That's sort of one of the bottlenecks, right? So before we had lack of supervised labels. Now we just, for some of these really sophisticated use cases, especially as they deal with the real world, we just have lack of raw data. So to sort of start to begin to address this question, I'm going to walk you through what we do at Caltech to begin to address questions like this. This is actually bleeding edge research. We just sort of put out this project just a few months ago. And it's called Find3D. It's a work led by a PhD student at Caltech. Her name is Ziqi. You can actually play with the demo yourself. It's loaded on Hugging Face, which is a startup that hosts a bunch of AI models. You can just Google Find3D, you'll find it. And the basic idea is, if you had a 3D object, how can I actually understand the nuance of this object? So for example, if I have an easel, how can I understand what part is the stand or what part is the canvas? If I have an octopus, a 3D model of an octopus, how can I understand what part is the tentacle, what part is the head? If I have, like a, what is the thing on the top, like a rhinoceros model, how do I know which part is the head? And these are 3D models. They can be in any orientation. There actually doesn't exist training data to help me understand these things. Yeah, these are our predictions from our model. Not perfect, but way better than what was capable before with this project. So this is the kind of project where we demonstrate an existence proof that this is possible. And then we might be able to partner with industry to scale this up to a larger version that then you might be using on your phone. You take a you take a 3D scan of an object on your phone, and suddenly I can not only create the 3D model, but I can tell you what parts are in each model. Maybe IKEA wants it, who knows? But this is sort of the pipeline from research to development. This is the step one, to demonstrate that this is even possible. And the key challenge, as I mentioned before, is the data. There isn't enough 3D data that's labeled to be able to even do this task. So we have to actually design a data engine before we even begin thinking about training a 3D foundation model. And so Ziqi, the PhD student working on this project, she came up with a very clever solution. We actually have a lot of data for 2D images of this form, of various kinds. Here I'm just showing two called Sam and Gemini. Both of them are very good at specific types of tasks on 2D images. So if you have a 3D asset, like in this case of a snowman, you can render it in multiple viewpoints, and then you ask Sam to isolate specific body parts. That's what Sam is good at. It stands for segment anything. Sam stands for the segment anything model. And so that's what you see in the middle of that pipeline, where Sam colored, let's say, the base of the snowman in purple. And then you just feed Gemini this very simple task. What is the thing in purple? And Gemini will tell you it's the base of a snowman. It's more sophisticated than that, but that's, in essence, what we're asking it to do. There's a number of corner cases you need to deal with to make this robust, but I won't talk about that now. And then you have labels. You have labels that look like on the bottom right? You have a 3D asset, and then from one viewpoint, you know that that's the base. Or from one viewpoint, you know that that's the body. And we could turn that into a self-supervised learning approach. And in fact, we generated 1.5 million training examples using this form. And this is about 1,000 times bigger than the previous training sets for 3D objects, because most of those previous ones were done by hand, manually. So this is a recipe for scaling up. Oops, sorry. And so that's how we actually produce this result. And then the final thing that I'll mention is that you can also build what's called AI agents. AI agents are basically state machines, if you're familiar with that concept, where the core of the state machine is a prompted LLM. This is how you can get AI systems to write code, to run code, to look at the compile errors or the unit test errors, update the code. It's a state machine that at the core of it is not some basic logic, but the core of the state machine is actually a prompted LLM. So we've been doing this to accelerate scientific discovery. And so here's just one result from astronomy. This is very preliminary, so I might have a different result for you in a few months, but this is just one preliminary discovery, just so you're aware of what the bleeding edge of science looks like in my field. This is in a law in astronomy called the Kennecotte-Schmidt law. It relates the gas density in galaxies to star formation rate. It's a very famous law. It was discovered manually by some scientists. And people have wondered, can we actually extend these types of laws? And here's just one example. Again, I want to emphasize, I'm showing you the dirty version of these methods, not the clean version, just so you understand what the bleeding edge looks like. We hope to, of course, clean up these results in the future, where it actually was able to relate, if you're familiar with astronomy, an extra variable, which is called the redshift, how far away this galaxy is from Earth, as measured by redshift, the Doppler effect, if you will, in light. And so it is, in a sense, is able to discover, propose a new law. Now, we don't know if this law is any good. So this law may turn out to be not good. But the LLM, through this exercise of trying to find a law, seeing how it fits the data, it doesn't fit the data well, repeat again, this LLM agent is able to propose a new candidate law that we can now interrogate, which we are in the process of doing. Okay. So I just want to close with a word of caution. Machine learning reveals and amplifies, because it automates a lot of decision-making processes, what is in the data. And then machine learning fills in the gaps using various modeling assumptions. Now, we all care about ethics. We all care about things like bias. So this is actually mechanistically what actually happens. So if your data, and I apologize if this is a little bit offensive, but this is actually what happened in a real case. So I do want to sort of make it very stark. A company I won't name put a bot onto X, formerly known as Twitter, and the bot was supposed to train on the conversations with people it had. It turned out that most of the people who wanted to talk to it wanted to just turn it into a toxic troll. Okay, and so all it was learning was to communicate with these people, because that's what the data that was going into it, and then it was just going into this rapid feedback loop, and this is the outcome. Now, this bot was taken down within 24 hours, but this is what happened. And then, so a lot of people, some companies want to use AI, for example, to accelerate hiring practices. You take the outcome of your hiring process and you say, okay, can the AI predict who would have gotten hired? Obviously, humans are biased. We try to combat our biases, but it's hard. And so the process is naturally going to be at least somewhat biased. It's just human tendency. You try to combat it. The problem is when you use an AI to learn from this data, which is generated by a biased process, and then you let it loose and automate it, all it does, or one of the things it does at least, is amplify that bias. So that's something to be aware of before you just let an AI system loose. Are you comfortable with any kind of bias that's in your data generating process that it's training on, that it will amplify if you let it automate your process? It has other benefits, for sure, right? It can increase efficiency. You just need to be really aware of the trade-offs you're making, whether or not you're comfortable with it, and if you're not comfortable with it, what are the recourse? That is a topic of an entire field of study that's beyond the scope of my remaining 1 minute, so I'll just pause here for questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, Yi-sun, for the very stimulating talk. When I asked Yi-sun to give this talk, I told him that the audience is a very mixed public, trying to make it accessible, and he did a fantastic job. Any question for him? Yeah.
Speak aloud enough, apparently not. So like towards the end, you mentioned that you use like agents to like discover like a physical laws. I wonder why specifically agents versus like supervised training paradigm?
So the law you see on the bottom left doesn't exist. So there is no supervision.
Yeah, but in terms of you can do some like symbolic regression, you put some answers and then you...
This is an LLM doing symbolic regression for you.
Yeah, you're right. So I guess my question is why specifically?
I appreciate your question. I would prefer to take these really technical questions offline in this event. Yeah.
Good point. Thank you. Any other question? Not so technical. Yeah. Oh, there's one. No, here. I'll get to you later.
Hi there. Hi there. So what I see so far, it has been like a very interesting project. So one of my questions will be, what will be the most challenging thing that you have encountered in this training and in this research?
Okay, so for me, so different people will give you different answers because working in AI requires a diverse set of experiences and expertise, from just raw software engineering horsepower. Like training a large model like GPT-4 requires just a significant amount of expertise in building large distributed computing systems, to people who work on applications like in autonomy, where if you put these foundation models on a robot, it needs to run fast enough on a small piece of computer. Because the joke I like to tell in a self-driving is I have this big AI model that took 500 milliseconds to figure out you should have hit the emergency brake 100 milliseconds ago. So there are all these sort of design decisions. So different people give you different answers depending on where they sit in the AI ecosystem. For me personally, the thing that I find most interesting is if you put these agents, LLMs, foundation models, inside a high-stakes application, and it starts to hallucinate just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. What can go wrong, and how do you audit what will go wrong? How do you have an automated process by which you fix the LLM? Right now, the process by which you fix a foundation model if it does something wrong is, let's just give it more training data. And that's just that's like treating the problem like a needle in a haystack. Every individual problem is an individual needle, and I just got to do whack-a-mole. Is there a way to systematically fix issues in these LLMs so that you can quickly converge to a system that does not hallucinate in a way that causes harm to whatever your application is, whether it be in a hospital, whether it be in finance, whether it be in any high-stakes application?
Okay. Any more question? Maybe the last chance for another question before we move on. Oh yeah. Okay.
So my club and I are working on a complex AI math assistant, and one of the problems that we're coming with when it comes to foundation models and language models is that it does not work well with mathematical calculus and differential equations and in terms of solving them. So what are some ways you think that we could improve the reasoning and make it so that it's intelligently solving math problems, especially at a college or graduate level mathematics?
Yeah, sure. So the way that almost everyone is doing it right now is what's called using tools, which I'm sure you've heard of. So the basic idea is that you don't actually, so these agents, it's not just an LLM by itself. When you execute logic that the agent writes, you're actually calling a calculator. You're calling a ruler. You're calling an integrator in Mathematica. You don't actually, you don't actually solve those really high numerical precision tasks by yourself. The LLM actually just writes code that calls all these other software libraries and then reconfigures the outputs and gives you an answer. So a lot of the work right now in the AI space for these types of tasks, it's actually a lot of software engineering to make all of these software tools easy to use by an LLM agent. That's actually the bottleneck right now. I don't know if it will remain the bottleneck for very long, but that's sort of where the game is right now.
Okay, with that, let's thank Professor Yu again for a very stimulating talk.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me go down to here. Let me see. No, this is not the one. Which one is the? I thought I will open your talk.
Go to the desktop.
No, the desktop. Okay.
Desktop.
This is the one, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the one.
So go to view, slideshow, and then we click. It's already good. Great, thank you. Next speaker is Professor Joy Kwok. He's the Ming Chair and also the distinguished professor from USCWE department. And we have known each other for a very long time. And he also the first postdoc of CAM from UCLA, working under with Tony Chang. So today he will speak to us on this green AI, making artificial intelligence more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you,
Jim.
thank you. Yeah, I would like first talk about the AI, what's that, and then talk about today's solution about deep learning. But I will make the deep learning part short because Professor Eason, you get an excellent talk about that. And then I will say, actually, there's an alternative approach. I worked for 10 years trying to get an alternative path, and I call it green AI. And the green AI, actually, I will say fundamentally different from deep learning. And most people probably don't think there is an alternative, but indeed there is an alternative. It's a green in the sense it's consume much less power and so on. And then I will do some conclusion. So first is about the AI. So the term was coined at the Dartmouth workshop, 1956. So it's been a long while, okay, more than 60 years. And so the first AI definition is we call it the Turing test. So defined by Turing. So basically, A is a computer, B is a person, C is another person. And so there is a curtain behind separating C and A and B. So according to Turing, when C talks to B, and when C talks to A, and C cannot differentiate which one is a machine, which one is a person, then it calls this machine A has the artificial intelligence. So basically, Turing used the input-output to decide this machine has AI or not. So it seems very reasonable, right? But actually, there are some people challenging about this definition. So this is proposed by John Searle in 1980. And he is a psychologist. And he used the Chinese room argument. So there is a person inside the room. He did not know any Chinese. And he communicated with the outside people through the paper, a piece of paper under the door. So communicate with that. So the people outside the room wrote something in Chinese and give to him and ask him to answer. And then he did not know any Chinese, but he has a very powerful machine inside the room, basically like today ChatGPT. So he put those Chinese questions inside, and translation and get answer in the English, and then translate back to Chinese, and then he's sleep under the door to outside world. And people say this person plus a machine, right? But they don't know there's a machine, right? Just say, this is AI, right? Satisfying the Turing definition. But when we look at this guy, does he know Chinese? We will say no, right? He doesn't know Chinese, but he has a very powerful thing to help him. The integration like a human, but actually the particular person does not know. So it's basically challenging the Turing definition. What's really the good definition of AI? So we will talk about a little bit history, okay? So actually, now people separate the weak AI and strong AI. Strong AI just like human intelligence, okay? And weak AI basically just like something satisfy Turing definition. So you try to simulate a mind, the machine does not really know what's going on, but the machine can provide proper answers, like ChatGPT. Do you think ChatGPT knows the knowledge of the world? It's just a bunch of electronics, semiconductor chips. He will not know something like human brain, but he can give you the right answers, right? That's called a weak AI. And strong AI base has a mind, understanding the semantics, and has a logical flow. So these two actually very different. So actually, I feel the input-output definition meets the weak AI requirement. But the human mind, I think human brain is still such a mysterious thing. It's a strong AI. But now, today, the AI far away from that. Okay, so if we want to talk more about the separation of weak AI and strong AI, if we want the kids to recognize the difference between dog and cats, the kids only have to see a few examples, less than 10, right? The kids can easily say, oh, this is a cat, this is a dog. But for the machine, usually you need to put a lot of training data. Usually talk about 500. Here, this data set, 2013, is 2,500 dog and 25 cat image. And for the machine to learn the separation of dog and cat. So another story is a scientist and his chauffeur. The chauffeur listened to the scientist talk many, many times. Well, he sat down the end of the auditorium and listened to the scientist give the talk. So one day the scientist said, why not you give to the stage, talk about it on my behalf. So the chauffeur remember almost everything, can repeat a very smooth talks. And then people ask the chauffeur questions. And chauffeur say, the question is so trivial. Let me ask my chauffeur to answer you. He's sitting there. He's actually the scientist. So it means the chauffeur does not know really what he's talking about. But he can repeat everything, right? And the answer, the scientist can give the answer. So that's, again, this is very interesting story. Another thing is, if you take the single choice exam, some student will say, I know the professor, I analyze what he did the part. You will not put the correct answer in the number 1 or number 4. Usually put in the number 2 or number 3. If you know this kind of rule, you just choose all number 2. You know nothing, but you may be better than 25%, right? You may get 50% accurate, but without knowing anything. So this shows a lot of things. Input-output correctness doesn't mean the person knows. Okay, so that's the today's situation. So the progress of AI actually was very disappointing for the first 50 years, 1956 to 2012. Actually, at that time, we laughed at the computer vision field. You talk about so many, you got so much money from DARPA, but you progress so little. Every 5 years, 10 years, there's no breakthrough. But suddenly, after 2012, then the computer vision, like fly to the sky, right? Everything just so good. I think it's not because the people were dumber for the first 50-something years, but the people that chose the wrong problem. They chose one the AI to mimic a human brain. They target strong AI. So that's the make things very difficult. But once people switch to the weak AI, just use a lot of training pairs, the problem becomes significantly simpler. So now there's a progress, all come from this weak AI, just want to do input-output thing, and then you get a lot of progress. So the failure of the old day AI is because of the very small data set. At those days, if you use a very large data set, people say your algorithm is a highly correlated data set. The algorithm is not robust. Human does not need that. So they don't want the machine AI to depend on a lot of data. But today, no one will argue that. Today, everyone says, you need a lot of data. I don't care whether, so the difference is human and the machine. If you want something like a human, you really need a small training data. It means generalizability. Human intelligence can generalize well, but today, AI cannot generalize well, but actually rely upon the data. So a lot of data say the training data always like 7, testing data is 1. 7 to 1, 8 to 1, 10 to 1. It's much, much more training data, much, much less testing data. Why? Right? We say humans don't do that. We have very small training data and generalize to large testing data. So that's really the different philosophy. And so the modern AI actually targeting weak AI using large data set, extremely large data set, and for dog case classification, for many, many things for that. But then you will make also some stupid mistake. So when we do the object detection, we all look at the object. So airplane usually has a sky as a background. So then they learn it's like as a whole, right? And then when you give a sky without airplane, and then machine will say airplane. And because you use the correlation, there you should say no object, right? No object, only sky. But no, sorry, you will say airplane. So they use a lot of this kind of correlation. So actually, I joke with my student. Today's AI is a machine learning without edge, without boundary detection. You don't do segmentation. You just recognize the whole image and see the correlation, right? And language without grammar. When we learn the second language, like when I was high school, I need to learn a lot of grammar. Why grammar is important? Grammar help me generalize. I don't need to read a lot of sentences from the Wikipedia. At that time, no Wikipedia. I can learn because of the grammar. But now today, there's no grammar needed. And no segmentation needed. And just give me enough data, and I can do everything. Right? So it's very weird. So machine learning and human learning actually very, very different. So actually, because of that, I feel we have a lot of room. So this just show examples. So visual salience. So human look at the first image, a cat, and that's a salience. We pay attention to the cat. And then 2 horses, we pay attention, 3 people. If you give just a few, very few pair, and ask machine to learn the salience, extremely difficult. But if you give 1 million of this kind of things, image, salient, and then give another thing, the chance for the machine to perform well is very good. It's very good. But you think a human can see the salience without a lot of training, but machine needs a lot of store the statistics and then find the salience. So the larger amount training data actually is the game. And this is about depth estimation. So you left-hand side is the image, right-hand side is depth. So blue is close to you, red is far away from you. If you see just a couple of them, ask the machine to do that, or you want to develop a computer vision algorithm to do that, extremely difficult. But if you give millions of this kind of thing, everything becomes so simple. Is that clear? So actually, the supervision, Dr. Yue just discussed. So the label can come from human, but label can come from self-supervised. You can create a lot of different ways to achieve the supervision role. Okay, self-supervised and this and that, data augmentation. But you need a supervision. So this is just a function, say there's a cat images, you have the pixels, through a nonlinear transformation, and give it a cat. Okay, cat can be represented by a long vector in this element. So you try to do the classification problem. So it's a mapping. This mapping F is, again, nonlinear function. And then we can also do the segmentation. So the 2 buses, and the right-hand side is the 2 buses. And here we call the semantic, just buses, the same color. The lower one is we need to show 2 buses. There are different buses. So green one, red one, there are 2 buses. So this human need to provide that. Again, human need to provide a lot of this kind of pair to teach the machine to learn the mapping. And this is another example. You have an image in the left, and then you have to ask people to write the descriptions. And later on, you give the right image, and you ask the machine to generate possible sentences, called the image caption generation. So, and then there will be, there are ImageNet data sets. It's a lot of objects. And then there are some place data set. It's just a lot of places, like a bedroom, mountain, kitchen, church, and so on. So basically, if you have so many supervised data pair, how are you going to leverage that? Unfortunately, all the traditional pattern recognition technique cannot do that. They all develop under a small amount of training data. So actually, it turned out at that time, I would say 2012, the deep learning stand out. It's way much better than other algorithms because it can leverage large amounts of training data. And the other method, no one can compete with deep learning. So at that time, we joke among our faculty ourselves. We don't like deep learning because it's a black box. But we cannot avoid deep learning because our performance is so bad. You can only have to surrender to deep learning so that you can publish your paper. So it's really a dilemma, okay? So deep learning provides very powerful data fitting machinery. It can fit the data well. And actually the foundation for that is a parametric model. You need to come with a network first, and with a lot of parameter, and then you let parameter to meet the input and output relationship. So this is one example, so the deep neural network. This is a very simple example. We have much more complicated case. So the input will be just the pixels of those images, and right-hand side will be some particular category. And then you train this model. In the beginning, you get a random guess, and then you keep adjusting. You make the left go through a lot of layers and go to the right. And you have mistake, you propagate a mistake to the left. And you keep doing that for many, many pairs, say million of the pairs. And eventually, the error becomes small enough, and then you stop. But this is extremely expensive process. Every time you go backward, you go forward, you go backward, you just need to go to many, many times. We usually, for all the data, we call the epoch. But if you have the data in the million, you need to go this million times and times the number of epoch. So it's extremely expensive. So there are a lot of concerns. Okay, actually for the day one, I just took the wrong side. Okay, the 2012, 14, I started to look at the neural net. I just had numerous questions. I couldn't do it, but all my students want to do deep learning. So my lab becomes split. Professor and the student are totally split. Okay, so these are the concerns. Mathematical intractable. I don't know what's going on, right? And also you can change the image a little bit, and everything was totally wrong. Human C is still a horse, but then conclusion, original horse, but you do small perturbation, become a tiger, become machine gun, can become anything. Okay, you can perturb. So adversary attack, and then a lot of supervision data needed, and then high carbon footprints, and also for doctors, they may not care mathematical transparency, but they care logic. You give me a logic, why you do this? And we cannot give the doctor any logic thing. So anyway, I had a lot of struggle, and in the very beginning 5 years, very long and lonely process. But gradually, I found an alternative path. So this I showed just the high carbon cost. So the OpenAI GPT-3 has a 175 billion parameter. Okay, billion 10 to the power 6, right? GPT has 100 trillion. Trillion is 10 to the 12, because of the million, a billion, and then 10 to the 9, right? Trillion, 10 to the 12. So many parameters. And then what this parameter do? No way to explain that, right? And the training cost, GPT-4 training like 80 to 100 million, and DeepSeek, they claim 5 million. Okay, that's blow everyone's mind. Okay, and then the carbon footprint, the train the GPT-4 is like a power 1,200 homes for 1 year. So there are a lot of problems. And you look at our human brain. Human brain, how many power we consume every day? The power is so little. If the power is so high, our brain already go out, right? But if you go to the server room, go to the cloud center, so hot, you need air cooling, to cool the whole system down. So there's something wrong, okay? So the question is, can supervised learning be introduced or being elaborated or being leveraged by another approach? So actually, last 10 years, I've been working on called green learning. And green learning actually is another, after 10 years, I can say it provided really another powerful data fitting machine. It's still targeting weak AI. I'm not going to do the strong AI. Human brain is too marvelous. I really cannot challenge human brain. Okay? So human brain too good. But I'm still follow the deep learning assumption, heavy supervision, a lot of training data, but alternative approach. And it's based on statistics. It's based on data-centric. I don't have a predefined model. So there's no neurons, no networks. It's a non-parametric. And it's a modular design from beginning to the end. And then it feed forward. Okay, statistics step by step. Okay, and then it gives you much smaller model size, much lower power consumption, much lower cost, and clear logic reasoning. So this shows the green learning pipeline. I don't think I have time to talk about that. But basically, it's a statistic. Look at data and look at statistics, and then do things, do processing, and then go to the next one, and then do statistics. So it's a lot of transformation, and then at the end, we do some kind of decision. It's nonlinear. So a lot of things nonlinear in the second and third modules. And this just show example. So we have left, right. Left is, you probably don't know which one is true, which one is, okay, so this is give you some idea. So do you know which one is true, which one is not true? I think it's very hard, okay? It's very hard for you. So the left one actually is true, the right one is a fake. Okay, so this is considered very challenging problem for human. But for AI model, actually, it's also difficult. But our solution, actually, you can see the red box is our solution. And we measure performance by AUC, area under the curve. And you can see our performance actually so good. And our model size is so small. Okay, so our close to 100%. And then the model size just only less than 1 million. And if you look at other deep learning solution, it's much higher. This is just one example. Actually, I can give you numerous examples to show the green learning, the power of green learning. It's marvelous. But of course, we don't solve all the problem. We solve some problem. particularly a lot of medical problems because the training data set is small. Anyway, I just want to show you there is a great potential. And you will see, we don't really have to live under the deep learning world, okay? So there are several takeaways. One is what's the primary driving for modern AI? It's to recognize the power of supervision, but design or preparation of training data are costly. And deep learning and green learning are two solutions to weak AI, okay? And then we need to take a holistic view to AI. If you do green learning, actually the one beauty for that is that you understand the AI inside out. There is no mystery. But deep learning always mysterious. I don't think anyone can reveal all the things for the deep learning quickly. But the green learning, everything so transparent. So then we know what the AI can do, what the AI cannot do. So that's very important to human psychology. If we create something we cannot understand, that's a big trouble. But we create something we can understand, you feel very comfortable. It's your pet, right? And green learning show today AI can be a pet rather than a lion or like a monster to you. Okay, so that's conclude my talk.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuo. Yeah. You offer a very different perspective. So, any question from the audience for Professor Kuo?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay, so I think that green learning is actually a really cool thing, especially when it comes to being a solution for environmental and sustainability issues. What I'm wondering are there any research publications that you have published on green learning, and are there any existing frameworks for using this as software engineers or AI engineers?
Yeah, we have a tutorial introduction paper to green learning. So you check my name and the green learning and say introduction and blah, blah, blah. That paper actually summarized almost like a history of green learning starting 2016 until now. So yeah, that's a good introduction. Of course, after that paper was written like mid-2023. But right now, the 2025. Now it's a flying stage. We have much more. Cumulative, in the beginning, it's all slow start. But now we are really in a rapid development stage. So there are many, many things come to mind and so on. So now 100% of my students all work on green learning. You ask them to work on the deep learning, they are not interested. They want to work on green learning because still eventually people want something understandable. Black box does not give people the satisfaction. But we need to find a path. That's the key. You need to find a path. And the first person will try to find the path. Always very challenging. Always lonely.
Any other questions for Professor Kuo? What about the application, the user, the industry? Are they embracing this idea? Sounds like such a good
I think
idea.
They want to see some result. For example, the ImageNet. Okay, so we cannot give really very good result for the ImageNet yet. So once we show we can do almost like a deep learning and for ImageNet, I think people will start to really switch the attention. We'll see. But I think panel discussion, we can talk more about the implication of this kind of green learning approach. Because I think, again, human machine need to collaborate. Okay? And then the thing is, what human do well, what machine do well, we need to know that boundary very well. Once we know that, we can use the machine to help us rather than scare us. Yeah, so that's collaboration is very important. We can talk later.
But do you call DeepSeek is a green learning? They claim to use
it's green in some way, but it's not really green learning I'm talking about. No, it's green, right? It's a smaller model size, takes less power, I think. But again, it's not. It's still deep learning. It's still based on deep learning. But I think the way I think I want to revolutionize the whole AI using the new tool. It's a challenging, but I hope can find more collaborators or more, yeah.
Oh, there's one question. Okay, hold on. Okay, give me exercise.
Thank you so much. I'm really quite agree with the distinction between weak and strong AI that you've made. And I also, there's a lot of hype out there, especially from the leaders of the frontier models. AGI is coming, it's a year away, it's 2 years away. Why do you think that Like, what do you think they're seeing that's leading them to think that? Are they seeing some version of strong AI, or is it just weak AI getting even better?
Now, strong AI, I feel it won't happen. Actually, it won't happen within my lifetime. That's I can almost say that. Human brain is too subtle and too powerful. So I think a lot of religion people want to listen to my conclusion. They say, well, the brain cannot be repeated by the machine. And I think it won't happen, at least within a short time, 20 years. So machine is a machine. A machine takes more power is also understandable. But should we take so much power or less power? And then when we use a machine to the best. And I think a lot of things people are talking distributed AI, edge AI, like robots, car, right? So those distributed system, they need a very sort of low power AI. So this is probably the way we can penetrate. And gradually you go to the server. But anyway, I think we need a strategy how to migrate things. But I'm a scholar. I really has no bandwidth to look about business, look this and that. I just want to develop something I can convince myself it makes sense and it works.
Okay, with that, let's thank Professor Guo again for a very interesting talk. So let's get the professor. Oh yeah, right here. So this one is easier. Wait a minute. Oh come on, I cannot do. Oh okay. Where is it? Should I do? Oh wait a minute. This is Tony to talk. No, I want to put in the full screen. Oh, slideshow, right? Okay. Good. Okay, so next we have Professor Tony Chang. As I mentioned before, he has been a professor at UCLA, department chair, dean, and NSF assistant director for the physical science, and then become president of HKUST for 9 years, and then president of the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. So he just stepped down last year, I think. So let's welcome Professor Chang.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to Jennifer and Tom for inviting me. It's Pi Day, but for me, it's a nostalgia day. I'm wearing this hat. I was an undergraduate at Caltech. I used to live 1 block from here, literally right there, on Holliston, if you know the street. Holliston and Cordova, right there. So actually, this is closer to my home than Caltech is. Was, okay. Anyway, it's great to be back here. I've been here once or twice when I was a student there. I'm glad that I'm giving this talk after the talk by Yisong and Jay. Because when I was preparing the talk, I didn't know what to say. I didn't have the program. I only knew it was Pi Day. I think AI, Jennifer mentioned, so I know it has to be accessible, so I prepared that way. But I'm glad now I can even speed through it faster and leave more room for other things. Okay, that's my point. You see, my approach is, if you look at the bottom red line in my slide, I have been giving this popular talk called "What's Math Got to Do with It?" Those of you old enough, you know Tina Turner. You know the song? One of my favorite songs. What's Love Got to Do with It? And so the title was given to me by the people at UCLA when I first became dean. And they have like a big weekend. You have parents of freshmen who come to campus, and then they go to the big game, with USC typically, UCLA, USC, and I don't know where, Coliseum or Rose Bowl. And you have to keep the parents entertained. So they had to, Tony, you're a scientist, you're a science dean. Why don't you give a talk to the parents of UCLA freshmen, but keep them entertained? That's not so easy, right? So obviously it cannot be technical, has to be accessible. So anyway, we came up with this idea. So I was the chairman of the math department, okay? So I have to talk about math. I told him, I don't have a degree in math. My degree is in computer science. But he said, that's actually a benefit, because I don't talk like a mathematician. I mean, it's already half a step towards the parents, right? So I'm a little bit like that. So I've been giving this talk for like 20 years, but it's not the same talk. So I have basically a sequence of examples that shows what's math got to do with it. What's math got to do with your cell phone? What's math got to do with GPS? What's math got to do with whatever it is, okay?
And so I sort of developed this talk and changed it every time. In fact, over the last few years, I added AI, because so today I add a little bit more in AI, and if I have time, I will give a few examples of what's math got to do with it. And maybe I have a little bit more time because I don't have to go through some of the background materials. But as a disclaimer before I get started, I am not, in a way, the current technical expert in AI like Jay and Yi-Sung are. When I was active in research, this is at least 10 years ago, I guess I can claim I was kind of an expert. I work on computer vision and image processing. I work on segmentation, edge detection. That's what Jay was talking about. And that's the grammar. I learned something from you, okay? So yeah, I agree with you. Without grammar, how are you going to learn language? So, okay, so so I'm not a current technical expert, but I would characterize myself as an informed observer of the recent development in AI. Because I know enough, but I'm more objective now because I'm not involved, you know. But I can tell you, I agree with Jay 100%. His general objective. You see my slides? I didn't know what he was going to talk about. I didn't know that he was speaking. I actually just saw him at lunch. I said, "Oh, you're here." Okay, so that's my objectivity. Okay, that's the idea. How do I advance this? So forget about the thing on the right. Okay, I start my talk before ChatGPT. Well, actually, you know, AI, as you said, it started 17 years ago in Dartmouth. For me, it started 50 years ago when I took a course in AI at Stanford when I was a graduate student. The AI back then, completely different from the AI today. Completely different. There's a long history about that. But anyway, so the first thing that piqued my interest was AlphaGo. AlphaGo. Those of you remember. It's not so long ago. What is it? I forgot now. 10 years ago, less than 10 years ago. And it beat the world champion, Lee. I forgot his Korean. And that was so shocking to many people because we knew that computer can beat human in checkers a long time ago. Computer through IBM can beat human in chess, beat the grandmaster, right? You remember that? That was already quite shocking. But in a way, I did not equate it to intelligence. Because I understood what it was trying to do. Deep blue, right, it's called. I knew what it was trying to do. It can do it better than human, do it faster. Just like I step on an airplane. You know, I know what it's trying to do. I know all the fluid and structural mechanics. I cannot do it myself, but I can trust it. So, but AlphaGo surprised a lot of people. So I had a newspaper column weekly when I was president at KUST. Every week I had to write. So I wrote an article about this. So the thing on the right, it was for a Chinese language magazine. You don't have to know, but you see some English there, AlphaGo and so on. But anyway, so you know, it was DeepMind back then. It's now acquired by Google. A few years. It was $400 million, I remember. Back then, it was like a huge amount of money. Today, it's like nothing. You look at how much OpenAI is investing in just buying the chips and building the data center. That's like nothing. I think it was a great investment for Google. So, I titled this From AlphaGo to AlphaFold to Nobel Prize. You probably knew about this. So a few years later, the DeepMind people published AlphaFold. Now, that's a real contribution. I was very impressed. You know, as you probably know, AlphaFold is for protein folding. So today, most biologists and chemists use AlphaFold. It's huge impact. Okay, it's like Microsoft Office for them. It's like PowerPoint. They have to use it, basically. Now, it's not start from scratch. You know, AlphaFold, where's the data? The data is prepared by human. The chemists around the world over decades using physical laws like Schrodinger's equation, density function theory, all that stuff, developed this folding library. I forgot how many, probably at least tens of thousands of proteins, still a small subset of all the known amino acids, how they put together. And so DeepMind used that data and used the process. I think, Yi-Sung, you were talking about process, data, and knowledge, right? So they had the data prepared by human over decades, and they had the process, basically a little bit adapted from AlphaGo. You know, like this reinforced learning was already in AlphaGo. So they published this paper. It really is amazing. So, they won the Nobel Prize last year in chemistry, okay? So, which I think is well-deserved, okay, I have to say. By the way, I actually went to the source. That's the bottom left is the research paper, okay? Now, I'm not a chemist, so I really cannot read, but I'm kind of a computer scientist. To be frank, I did not read the whole paper. But I thought I'm giving a general talk, so I extracted some key thing there, like that diagram. Well, that diagram is actually shown by both Yisong and Jay. I don't have to go through it, but in this case, specifically for AlphaFold, you can see the neural network in the beginning. The data on the left coming in is not image data, but these protein data, folding data. They have a merit function. They say, how close am I to the folding? In fact, there's a merit function based on physics. It's called the potential energy. So how do you know, right? Basically, the AlphaFold problem is you have a linear description of the amino acids, okay? But in real life, these proteins, they fold, and the folding, the geometry is very important because that's how you design drugs and so on, to understand the structure. So in the way you characterize, in my understanding, characterize the right folding is that it minimizes energy. So that's the idea. So there's a merit function. So they use this algorithm to generate this thing. How much is the energy? They maybe tweak it and do, that's the equivalent of the cat or the dog in some sense, right, in the example. So, but the other one that was actually a little bit more controversial was two machine learning scientists won the physics Nobel Prize. One is John Hopfield, who used to work at Caltech for like at least a decade, right there, okay? The other one was Jeff Hinton, who was actually in the US, I forgot where, then he went to University of Toronto, and then Google sort of bought him, so he's British. I don't know where he is now, maybe back in UK. So they won the physics Nobel Prize. In fact, when it first came out, I was a dean of science, which includes physics. I was an NSF, which includes physics and astronomy. So I knew a little bit about it. I said, what did they do fundamentally in physics to deserve a Nobel Prize? In fact, I asked some physicists, the physics world is split, to tell you the truth, okay? They asked the same question. Because if you're a physicist, you say, well, did they steal one of our prizes? Okay. But the fact is, 2 Nobel Prizes in the same year were given to AI machine learning. That is the fact, okay? So just for you to know. So I don't have to show the slide. This is what both Yisong and Jay have shown, so you see the thing. So I don't have to go through this. ChatGPT also, a little bit. I think, in fact, I forgot Yisong's talk about this. In some simple way, description, there's a lot of more detail given by Yisong, is that ChatGPT is generative because it generates language and is predicting the next word based on probability, based on known fact. I mean, that's a simple description, okay? By the way, I learned a lot from reading this website by Stephen Wolfram. He's the inventor of Mathematica. So, and he was a professor at Caltech, actually. I met him when we were still a young professor at Caltech. But anyway, he has a blog site that's, what is ChatGPT and why does it work? So that's written in very accessible language. So I encourage you to read it. But many people, YouTube, there are many videos about this. Okay, now the topic of my talk is math and machine learning. Why do I have for the people in the inside, even if you attend the few talks here today, it's quite obvious, okay? Data fitting, linear, non-linear, these terms, right? But for most people in the public, it's a black box. It's worse than that. I would say it's like a cult, okay? They don't understand. You go to Wall Street, right? People say, oh, we're going to have AGI. If someone asked this question, maybe at lunch, why do people claim AGI is coming next year? I agree with Jay. I don't think it will happen in my lifetime. But for one thing, people have not defined AGI. So you can claim that you're rigid because you have your own definition. I don't think you have. I know people are trying to define it mathematically, rigorously, but so far we don't have the precise definition. So it's quite obvious if you listen to these talks that math has something to do with it. But people don't really understand. If you just go to the newspaper or go to YouTube and it's like there's this mysterious being behind this computer that is omnipotent. That's, I think, the word. If it can generate text to pass the Turing test, therefore it must be able to cure cancer. Literally. That's how the prediction was. Maybe it can. I'm not saying it cannot, but that's a big jump, okay? I'm not convinced as a scientist. It may be able to do it, but I'm not convinced yet. But anyway, we're talking about math and machine learning, so let's get a little technical. So I thought it easier to go online and look for math and machine learning, and there you have this book. But it's a pretty good book. I have a copy now. I bought a copy. So the mathematics of machine learning. I don't have to go through the detail. You see this, that's the model, the graph in the middle. The thing on the right, you will see, I cannot see the screen. You see statistics, you see linear algebra, you see optimization. You see those are mathematical concepts, right? And in fact, if you look at the table of content of that book, it's like what I used to teach at UCLA. You know, I taught this linear algebra course. Frankly, back in those days, it's like calculus. You know, I taught calculus before. What are the examples that were used? It's Newton's law. You know, projectile and this and that, volumes. He developed calculus, right? But today, you know, you can use machine learning as examples. You can see. So in fact, those NVIDIA chips that we're all talking about, they are linear algebra machines, you know, to get to the bottom of it. They are doing matrix computation, then they combine it in some probabilistic way, you know, because the large language model depends on that. So I say this because I encourage students to learn more about the basic, which is like mathematics and physics and so on, because that can be applicable. You can win the Nobel Prize in computer science, or you can win the Nobel Prize, right, by doing computer science if you know the basics. It's been demonstrated. Okay, so the year 2012 has been mentioned several times. I think both Yisong and Jay mentioned. So I did not know that, actually. But what I experienced was, at UCLA, I was responsible for starting a math institute called IPAM, Institute for Pure and Applied Math. And in 2012, in the summer, IPAM mounted a program on machine learning or deep learning. And you see the program, it's on the website. You can go to IPAM and look this up. So there were 4 key speakers. 3 of them won the Turing Award. Okay? So LeCun, Hinton, and Bangio, I think. So the 4th one, Andrew Ng, was a Stanford. He did not get it. Well, I don't know why. I'm not in the technical program, but you can have maximum 3, I think. So he's an unlucky one out, okay? So, but there were 4 of them. And what I learned back then, 2012 is only basically 12 years ago, right? These people who won the Turing Award, they had a lot of trouble convincing people. They had trouble getting grants. Because people say, no, you know, Jay, you know, right? This is too far-fetched. I think you're right. The ImageNet and all the stuff and the computing power, they all come together. It's like a perfect, good storm. They came together, enabled this. By the way, ImageNet was developed at Caltech. You know, the Fei-Fei Li with, huh? Stanford. No. She was a PhD student at Caltech with Pietro Perona. And then she started back then. ImageNet becomes more famous when she went to Stanford. Okay, so I know Pietro Perona. He's still a professor there, if I understand, right? So anyway. Okay, so this is I was giving a talk last November in Hong Kong to a high school student, the math club. So when I was flying there, I picked up this newspaper. It's called The Standard. Basically, it shows that someone in Google looked at ChatGPT and said it really can be easily be fooled. It gives the wrong answer. I know you have to read it. You see the title, right? Simple math that stun AI is coming from Apple looking at the ChatGPT. So I thought I'd show it to the Hong Kong students, the high school students. There are many examples like this. Okay, so now it's clear that the AI race is on. You know, the book on the left is written, a famous book, only a few years ago, 6 years ago, written by Kai-Fu Lee, usually called. He called this title AI Superpowers. Basically saying that in the near future, there will be only 2 superpowers in AI, US and China. And I think he's proven right now 6 years later. I don't have to tell you that. So he was unique in the sense, he has credibility because he was a researcher. He was a PhD from CMU. He was one of the early developers of voice recognition So I think probably in series, probably has some of his, DNA in there. Then he worked in the corporate world. He was at Microsoft, and he went to Google, and Microsoft and Google fought a lawsuit over him. I don't know how they settle, okay? Then now he's a VC. He's an investor. So he sort of knows. In fact, he started one of the new LLM companies in China, okay? So I know him a little bit. Okay, so now it's proven, because you look at the article in The Economist on the right, it's only 2 months ago, a month ago? I cannot read the fine print. This is old age, I have to take off my glasses. I'm still too small. But anyway, what's the date? I mean, it's a month or two ago, right? So the title speaks for itself. So the AI race is on. Now, one last thing before I go to AGI. What I've been talking about is how does math build the foundation for AI, right? That's what I'm saying, okay? But the arrow goes the other way too. AI can be a tool for math, in particular mathematics research. And there's no better person to follow other than Terry Tao, the Fields medalist who's a professor at UCLA. So if nothing else, you just go to my last bullet. You just search for Terry Tao, AI, math on YouTube or whatever. You'll find a lot of stuff. But anyway, you can use AI to do automatic theorem proving. Okay, that's one thing. Or verifying. You claim something. Can you verify to prove? You can generate hypotheses so that you can, before these are all human generated. You can use it to generate counterexamples, which will save a lot of time. Okay, which will save a lot of time. Also, discovery of new math structures. Like, for example, the astronomy law that Yisong was talking about. It's not in math, but you can imagine you can discover new mathematical structures and so on. And actually, the more interesting thing is the collaborative tool. This is what Terry Tao was doing. So the idea, math used to be a very lonely endeavor, okay? Mathematicians just work on themselves. But now you can work with a team of 20 people, 30 people. So you take a problem and split it up into pieces. Okay, so you do this part, you do this part. Now, in the old day, it does not work. It did not work because not everybody is the same quality or ability. So, because if one piece does not work, the whole thing will collapse. But now you can use AI to verify those. So let's say you're team number 15, member 15. You say you approve on this piece. So we can use a machine to verify your proof before we accept it. This is actually what's happening now. So this is actually quite amazing. The last example is something called alpha geometry. As you know, done by DeepMind, now under Google. So geometry, it can do a lot of geometry problem at the IMO gold medalist level. This is not so trivial, but still, it's a little bit artificial. It's a very confined problem, but that's pretty impressive, okay? So that's my one slide on AI for math rather than math for AI. Oops. I'm missing a slide. Oh, maybe I don't have the version that I sent to you. But okay, I try to recall from memory. Because I have a slide on AGI that I decided to later on add. So let me see what I can remember. So first of all, I think that the term artificial intelligence is abused, has been abused. Okay? Because as you heard, the current approach is deep learning using data. Basically, that's what it is. And this is one approach to a particular way of learning, right? Because AI, intelligence is not just learning. There are many ways. And in fact, the current approach is not necessarily the only approach, well, as you heard from Jay. Green AI, the other things that are more neuromimetic, learning from the brain. I mean, in the future, who knows what is possible, okay? So that's number one. Second is there's no definition that is widely accepted for AGI. So what you hear, you got to be a little careful. When you read in the newspaper that OpenAI said we're going to have AGI or Elon Musk says that, I don't want to offend them. I haven't seen any evidence. They haven't told me what their criteria is. But if you have a company that your stock price depends on AGI, why not? Okay, so there's an inherent, I'm not saying they're lying, and there's inherent conflict of interest, okay? By the way, one thing in science I know about, fusion energy. I was involved, you know that, right? Fusion energy. The joke is that we'll have fusion energy 30 years from today. And they've been saying it for 50 years. By the way, they're still funding it. Okay, so, but something may break through, who knows? Something actually quite exciting is happening there. I hope AI, deep learning, is not like that. So the other thing is about AGI is you heard that, I think Yisong's slide says, what is the current paradigm? It's process, data, and knowledge, right? I think if I remember. I learned a lot from the two talks. I have many questions. We can talk as a panel, but I remember that part. So I have a bullet that says, first of all, data is the power of the current approach, but data is also the limitation, because the data is what you have seen. If you don't have the data, you don't have it. You can interpolate the data, I think that's your point, but you have to extrapolate. I would say one thing about intelligence that you extrapolate. You have a framework. I say, for example, did Einstein look at all kinds of data and say, okay, here's E equal to mc squared? No, he did not do it like that, right? Or Van Gogh, he did not look at all the paintings. Okay, now I can summarize all this. And he did something completely new that is not in the data. So that I would say is intelligence. Now, knowledge is not the same as intelligence. Knowledge is very useful. Knowledge is, we should all embrace it. But it's not the only part about intelligence. See, in the old days, there was a famous saying, any technology that is sophisticated enough would appear like magic. I think Einstein was the one who said that. So, today we use, PowerPoint. 30 years ago, it's like magic. You would say it's very intelligent, okay? So, but if you understand how it's done and you can do better than a human, I would not say that's intelligence, okay, in my book, okay? So interpolation is not the same as extrapolation. And then you have, of course, the problem of missing data. If you don't have it, you don't have it. You can have biases, right? So many things are cultural dependent, gender dependent, whatever it is. Your data is limited by that. So there's a lot of problem in there. But the fundamental thing about my skepticism about AGI is that so far the example I've seen in AI does not show what you say, what is it, is understanding. It doesn't have the grammar, okay? It doesn't have the semantics. Is that what you were saying? You said it better than me. So, if you don't have that, you can brute force it, but there's a long way to go. By the way, I'm more optimistic or not objective about whether machine can duplicate human intelligence. Maybe one day it can, because I have some people from the universities of Buddhism coming in. You can argue about whether the human soul can be reproduced by machine. Okay, that's a different. But I'm willing to give that. Okay, maybe human, we are physical, chemical machines. Okay, electrical machines in some sense. You could take that approach. At the end, maybe we can produce a human being that is better than current human beings. Okay, faster. We don't get tired. Still use very little energy. You can do it. But it's not going to be my lifetime, okay? Of course, my lifetime probably is shorter than yours. You're younger than me, okay? So I think those are some of the key points that is in my missing slide. Now, I think I'm probably out of time.
It's a good time to leave some time for questions.
Yeah, exactly. So I will not talk about some of the other math examples, but I did my title, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. That's great. I think the part that you talk without a script is even better.
Yeah.
Okay, so any question for Professor Chen from the audience? Very accessible talk.
Whoa.
Everybody
Okay.
convinced by what he said?
Maybe I'm too far out there.
Yeah, but as a former president, what do you think about the impact of this on education, like student, the next generation?
Let's talk about that at the panel, maybe.
Okay.
At the panel, I think
Okay.
that's a good topic. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's something that, even including the teacher, professor here, that would be a good topic.
By the way, so if I can mention about this
Yeah.
AGI thing, I recently saw two interview or video talk about the same topic. One was Penrose. He's a Nobel laureate in physics recently. He sort of takes this view. The other one is Jan LeCun, who is one of the Turing Award winners. So he's in the crowd, but he's also shared this view. So you don't have to listen to me. These are people who won the Nobel Prize and won the Turing Award. You have to listen to them. So,
Any questions? Don't be shy.
yeah, there's
Okay,
one.
here.
So I knew you were talking about the black box and how it's really unexplainable to people. So are there like any efforts in people trying to understand what's behind the black box, which is just probably a bunch of mathematical equations that we human minds cannot really understand?
Yeah, I think I can give you my take, but I think there's people. So there's a field called subfield called explainable AI. I think. So the idea is to address this. In a way, you can give it the output, you can trace it back, and see how they generate the answer. But so far, most of it do not have that. Okay, I think some of the new ones, like was it DeepSeek, and also the new one from OpenAI. They tell you the reasoning steps that it takes. So that's already a step, right? It takes a problem and it breaks it down into several pieces. It tells you, here's your problem. I break it down into these 3 pieces. This is what I do in this. So at least you have some understanding. But the key secret to me is you have all these complicated models, right? With the edges and the neural networks. How does it take that and generate the result? I mean, nobody has, the output is good. It's actually very impressive, I have to say, okay? But it hasn't shown real understanding. Maybe it's deep there, it's in there somewhere, but nobody is able to extract it. That's my take. Yeah, we can talk at the panel. You can ask this question again, yeah.
Okay, there's one more question here. Good.
Oh.
Maybe also a good panel question. I'm really limited by what I don't know, because this is my first time exposing myself to ongoing research about AI in a public setting. So you mentioned that deep learning is only one learning model that we're using to generate better AI systems. But what other models do you know off the top of your head that might have been forsaken in earlier steps?
Clean AI is one, right? You just heard.
Yes.
The other things, I mean, again, I'm not a technical expert. But you heard, right? So current model of deep learning is data, you have these neural networks, you have this computer that does it fast, and the process is going back and forth over the network. You can call it unsupervised learning, reinforced learning, all this stuff. You heard about transformers. You cannot avoid one of the big breakthroughs. So all this stuff is in the process. That's the one approach, using big data. That's, according to Jay, this is the revelation that you can do weak AI that way. But strong AI, you cannot brute force it that way. It's brute force, frankly. Okay? So massive amount of data. I don't think humans do it that way. So maybe one way is to imitate human a little bit more, but not exactly the same as human. Otherwise, we will never have gotten the airplane. We will be flying like that. But it's missing something. That's what I mean. It seems to be missing something. That's my view. There's another question.
Okay. Last question.
First of all, hi, I'm Emily Mudita. Nice to meet you. I really enjoyed your talk and everything
thank you.
You brought up. I wanted to ask about if you could elaborate on what AGI is and why we don't have a specific definition of AGI. And I believe you mentioned it being like an omnipotent being and everything. I just wanted to hear more about that.
Yeah, so I'm probably not the best person to do that because people don't understand. I actually know people who are trying to define AGI mathematically. Okay? So you can imagine that the current AGI, based on output, input, and so on, is one factor. Certainly, if you can't do that, you cannot call it intelligent. But maybe there are other factors. So, for example, I mentioned there could be missing data, right? But there could be, even given the same data, the interpretation of the data, the context is different. So maybe there's another dimension that one can look at. So you can see there may be many dimensions that you can look at, but you have to do it in a way mathematically defensible, because then you can objectively measure things. So when someone produces a system, you say, I have AGI. Well, it's like proving a theorem, right? You say, is it true or not? At least you have a framework to measure. See, right now, I don't think there is. I think right now the measure is a stock price. Seems to me, that's what everybody agree. Okay, so.
Okay, with that, let's thank Professor Chen again for a very interesting talk.
Thank you very much.
The final speaker of this afternoon is given by Professor Dr. Martin Verhoeven. From the Dharma Ram Buddhist University. So Martin has a very colorful life, legendary life. I will say a little bit about his background. He's one of the earliest disciples of our Dharma Master Hua, when he came to the United States to propagate the Buddhist Dharma into the US. And he used to be a left home person for a number of years, and then practiced this heroic 3-step, 1 bow from Los Angeles all the way to the city of 10,000 Buddha in 1970-something? 77. Was with another monk, two together, take a 2 or 3 years, a long 2.5 years. That's a really amazing journey. And then after that, he also did a PhD in University of Wisconsin in Madison, and then become also a visiting scholar at Stanford under the full scholarship. And he's now is a dean of academic, a professor at the Dharma Ram Buddhist University. So I think this is a good time that after he listened to 2.5 technical talk about AI, and then Professor Tony Chen talk about the human aspect of the how we should look at AI, AGI. So this is a perfect time to have Martin to share his insight with us from the different perspective. Let's welcome Martin.
Can I use mine and remove the...
There's a mic there. This is the mic.
Right.
Oh, computer.
I'm going to use mine.
Oh, I see. I thought that you do not need computer. So, okay, let me put this, so you do have a slide. So
no,
maybe.
I'm just using my notes.
Oh, your note. Okay, you don't need a projection. Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Humanities people use notes, not equations.
Okay, hold on, let me get this out of your way.
Thank you. So thank you for that introduction. And thank you all for inviting me here today. I'm sort of the man out in terms of the content and subject of this gathering. I was asked, though, to come in as sort of an outside, perhaps, voice to some of the ethical issues and challenges that people are seeing emerging from this question of the digitalization phenomena, and including AI. And I'm going to start by giving a very precise mathematic definition of AGI for you. That was a joke. After listening to the discussion, I'm very much aware of what I don't know. And keenly aware that it's still time for me to learn, but there's a huge learning curve that I would have to go through to even pick up the basic language that of the last discussants. And I think this is part of the problem we're facing now, is the separation of two cultures, one being the humanities and the other being the sciences, and the inability to communicate across that. And I think this could be a start for that, having us all together. So obviously I'm not a trained scientist. I'm trained as an historian and sort of a student of Eastern philosophy. And the technical focus of the last 2 days is not something I'm going to even try to address, but I'm going to try to take a broader brush stroke from philosophers, historians, and increasingly ethicists who are becoming more aware and weighing in on some of the cumulative impacts and challenges of what historians are now calling different words. They use digital revolution. They sometimes use the age of digitalization to describe that. Another one that's out there is called the second machine age. So what I'm doing today is not necessarily weighing in what I think or agree with or disagree with. What I'm trying to share with you are the voices from the other dimension of the humanities as they're seeing this. And I think part of our discussion could be really, if we had time, to have your responses, not in the panel, to some of these concerns, because I can see there's quite a bit of gap of the perception of the hype and a gap on maybe perceptions of the fears. And this could be a very fruitful conversation. The first industrial revolution is somehow where labor and machines are complementary. The second one they're talking about, I mentioned in one of the terms, is that there's an automation of a lot of the cognitive tasks that make humans and software-driven machines more substitutes rather than just complements. The philosopher Lyotard, I'm guessing when I throw these terms out, you may not all be familiar with this, so bear with me. As I bear with you with some of the terms that you were using, I had no idea. I couldn't even look them up. I couldn't even get cell reception here on my cell phone. I'm so backward. I had one of your students kip me into the internet, the Wi-Fi. Any event, Lyotard is a famous French philosopher. He called it the computerization of society, this phenomenon. Martin Heidegger, as early as 1959, called it the computerization of consciousness. So they're concerned with different levels of this. But all of them agree that this is pretty much what they call a sea change in human history. And this is not unusual. We've had, I would say, technological and scientific revolutions for quite a while, going way back, agricultural, Neolithic, and so forth. And each of these paradigm shifts, if you want to use that word, caught traditional values off guard and unprepared. The fundamental cultural, humanistic, and spiritual symbols and values through which we give meaning to our lives struggled to keep up with and abreast of the powerful scientific and technical knowledge and the creations they came with, which we control and shape our lives. And so these historians and philosophers are sensing that this, however, is entirely different, that we're not really keeping abreast yet. There's a gap. I'll give you a quote here. This is from a new book that's just out from Cambridge University Press, a philosopher, and I will read his section to you. Speaking of the digitalization, including AI, it is an invention more mind-bending than the printing press, more powerful than the steam engine, more headlong than the train or car or jet, a second domestication of fire. Where Prometheus's gift once began by taming heat to hearth, we've now made light smart with meaning. Light smart with meaning. Cool fire of the disembodied mind. Technology has been, it's true, central to the daily discipline that makes us human. But it is something entirely to lose ourselves to it, to be able to code ourselves into it, become incomprehensible to ourselves without it, to disappear into our image as if into a mirror itself. There is not any aspect of our life that's not yielding to it. It is such as to seep into itself all of our understanding and assumptions about ourselves and what we know, and what is to be connected, and what lies before us in the shape of hopes to come. We are doing things differently, and we are changing our mind consciousness. And so we are putting on a new self. Digital culture is becoming second nature to us. Even now, before our eyes, the world is made over and over again. So this is a philosophical view of maybe you call the psychological social impact rather than just the technological. By the way, referenced Prometheus. You all know this one? Okay, summer. Yeah, it's a new pizza place. No, Prometheus is from the Greek mythology, and you've seen it used. The latest movie with Robert Oppenheimer is called American Prometheus. Mary Shelley's famous 1818 work, Frankenstein, was called The Modern Prometheus. That's a subtitle of it. So it goes back to the myth of Prometheus. Prometheus is usually understood as the hero of humankind who brought the gift of fire, meaning the arts and sciences, technology, and by extension AI, to human beings, and is a hero to humankind. And for doing this, he was punished with the gods for disobedience. But if you read the text more carefully, you'll see the punishment was not for his disobedience, but for, and the text says, giving the powers and privileges of the gods to creatures of a day, to dayflies. And so what was represented here is that the powers of science and technology were given to people who did not have the wisdom and the sensitivity to use it wisely or to see the long distance effect of their inventions. And so it's a slightly different take on this Promethean hero thing. So my next point, and I'll try to stay within time if I can, the question or challenge of this new shift really isn't primarily how we might harness these inventions for the betterment of mankind, or conversely, avert the potential harmful effect or impact. I think that's a rather naive framing based on the idea that technology is neutral and that these devices do not impose on us ways that they should be used. The more we use these devices, carry us on them, and I just went out and came back in, everybody almost in this room had a device in hand on their table and watching the ones up here. Yeah, so the more we use them, carry them on our persons, and to some extent, possibly in our persons soon, if you're going into that application, we become completely identified with our devices as if they were part of us, our real selves. Heidegger's line was very good. He says, so complete, and this is 1959, so completely have we been drawn into that dominion, the dominion of the machine and technology consciousness, that we are actually cut off from awareness of our own essence and no longer can hear the call of the primal. And by primal, he meant the fundamental ground of nature, of the natural world, and human nature. The word he used for this, if I had time, I don't think I have time today, it's a very interesting section on the question concerning technology is the title of the book, 1959. It's been translated from the German. But he calls this concept enframing, E-N framing. Enframing, in other words, that the technological consciousness and the use of that consciousness for calculative thinking, of objectification and so forth, has enframed our very being. And so we actually see ourselves within a frame that is actually a self-fulfilling narrative. Now, the upside of these applications, and again, the enthusiasm, I certainly felt it the last 2 days here, for the uses and the betterment possibilities of all of this technological innovation. And I think they're undoubtable and undeniable, and I come away more convinced and more sanguine a bit about the possibilities that this could be a positive shift in so many directions. Part of my concerns, though, and what I'm representing here, come from conversations that I had primarily with a friend of mine I befriended. You probably don't know him, or you might know him. His name's Sam Elatier. He was an early pioneer in Silicon Valley. He developed the machines for DNA analysis, used to facilitate the Human Genome Project. His company he founded was called something, Applied Biosystems was his company. And we became friends about 10 years ago. It's a very, very interesting friendship. Someone introduced us, and he said, oh, well, we're not going to be able to talk much because I believe in science and you believe in God. And I said, actually, Sam, I don't believe in God. I'm a Buddhist. And then I said, but your belief in science, isn't that kind of a religion? And he looked at me and then he smiled. He says, well, maybe we can talk. And so began a conversation. Once a week or so, we'd have coffee and croissant on his porch. He was French. And we got into these conversations. And while Sam himself was convinced of the obvious benefits of this, and the inventions that he was working with bioengineering, he was also a skeptic. And I learned, I guess most scientists are, aren't they? A little skeptical tone there. He was also very skeptical where he said where large amounts of money were involved. And experience had taught him that. So he would raise up ideas and issues in my mind. And I have to tell you that my concerns for this, although they're grounded in the humanities, primarily came from stuff that he was giving me to look at and to read, including, you mentioned Jeffrey Hinton's reservations recently, but also Stephen Hawking's. Very interesting. And this gave me pause that the major voice of concern wasn't coming from the humanities initially. It was coming from the people closest to the fire, if you can push the Promethean myth here a little further. And one of the things he pointed out to me, he says, you look at smartphones. He said, in my field where I'm working in Silicon Valley, we're all excited and we're gung-ho about what we're doing, and we see all these prospects of positivity coming out of this. We come in charged, we go home charged. We're constantly innovating. By the way, this is very interesting. You know, when he and Hewlett and Packard were the three that worked together early on at Hewlett Packard. He said every time we got together for a conversation, one of them would ask, what good is this? What is it good for? And then the other one would ask, who is it good for? And he said, based on that conversation, we would go ahead and innovate or not. But those two questions had to be answered. He said, unfortunately, that is now gone from HP. And he said, disappearing in the world that I came to. But anyway, he said, look at smartphones. You'll see a different response to technology that isn't the one of Silicon Valley or, say, Caltech or MIT. For a growing segment of the population, this is not educational. The smartphones, it's more exploitational. What's now being called attention capitalism. And it's more numbing. It's like an anesthesia. The studies showed that most of them are used for entertainment, distraction, boredom, and habit. To the point, and this is very interesting, 48% of those who use them find themselves, it's a new term for me, zombie scrolling. You know this term? Compulsively just scrolling through and looking not for anything in particular, almost just like a twitch, zombie scrolling. And you probably know these stats, I won't, but I'll throw them out anyway. In less than 3 years, the attention span has fallen from 12 seconds to 8 seconds. Just 1 second behind a goldfish. No, goldfish has 9 seconds, we have 8. Maybe not a Caltech, but most people. Average 3 hours a day in 2023 has now gone to 5 to 6 hours a day in current use on smartphones. That's 11 years in a lifetime. 11 years in a lifetime. 64% of the people born aged between 18 and 64 sleep with their phones. The Generation Z, which is basically 13 to 28-year-olds, nearly 3 in 4, that's 75%, get anxious making calls or even taking a call. And yet 91% of that generation sleeps with their phone within arm's length. And nearly 57% feel panic when their phone battery is running low or the internet isn't working. And 22% have reported feelings of increased heart rates, sweating, restlessness, in situations where they can't use their phone. I'm going to mention a couple good books on this, and it would be books that we could read together and have a really interesting dialogue if we move to that level. This one is called Irresistible, and it's The Rise of Addictive Technology and the Business of Keeping Us Hooked. Relatively new book, worth reading. So there's a delight and a wonder that I'm sensing here, but that's not the pervasive sort of zeitgeist for people who are really into the smartphone culture. It's closer to what we Buddhists would call the concept of dukkha. Anybody familiar with that term? Dukkha is a sense of a sort of underlying dissatisfaction or unsatisfactoriness with the conditioned impermanence of our passing lives. But here it's an alternating cycle of hankering for stimulation followed by a burnt out, overhyped fatigue. So this is one of the things that's happening. While I pick up an excitement, I was joking last night with, who gave the presentation on Africa? Yeah, she was so excited. I mean, her feet were almost not touching the ground with her project and whatnot. And I joked with her afterwards. I said, is caffeine in the bubblers, the water fountains here? And she said, no, I just love what I do so much that I don't really spend that much time sleeping. Whereas for most people, it's the opposite. So if I can, what I wanted to do today was do some framing, but also bring out the questions that these philosophers and ethicists are raising, and then see what you think of them. I'm not going to say you agree or disagree, but I think it would be the basis for investigating. So one of the questions that come out of this observation of the use-abuse phenomena is this digitalization, including AI, an unqualified advance in fulfillment of needs, or mostly a multiplication of unfulfillable wants? Second question they raise, the idea of social connectivity, that this was going to be a boon. In fact, I think that was Facebook's signature promise, that the reason for developing this would create community. But in fact, most of the research is showing now it actually diminishes and erodes relationships. And a digital companion has now come to replace real relationships, leading to further disconnection and loneliness and even alienation. So, third question they raise ethically. Even the gains, are the gains and the vulnerabilities uneven? In other words, you have something like a tale of two cities. One group is really moving and advancing, spurred on and powered by this technology, but there's others who are being split and polarized off and being left behind. So the question they raise is, who will have access to these benefits, and who will be left out and be more vulnerable as this continues to move along? Fourth question they ask ethically, will it or can it reduce or will it exacerbate the gaps between rich and poor, between the power and the powerless? And further, how will that play out in access to and opportunities for political involvement, for income, and very importantly, for education? We had a very interesting discussion at lunch about the situation of higher education in the United States today, and it is imperiled. So the question here would be, can AI and these phenomena close that gap, or are they going to further the gap? That people who already have access to this will be in a privileged position way above their peers to continue. This is very interesting here. And again, this is just reporting from colleagues. While almost everyone seems to have serious misgivings and concerns about the power of this, they call the genie that we let loose, the genie out of the bottle, this concern should lead to action. When there's a danger or something that is threatening, we usually have a response to pay attention to action, but it seems to be leaning more towards apathy. Almost everyone knows that those misgivings that they have done or will do little to slow the development or moderate its expression. Only about 1/10 of the polled Americans think that social media is a force for social good. That's pretty remarkable. Well, 2/3 of Americans think the very people using it that think this way, that it's bad. So you got only 1/10 think it's good, and over 2/3 of the people using it think it's bad. So outside the tech enthusiastic community, which is actually a minority, not here, but in the larger structure of society, most people see the impact of digital technology as leaving them both disaffected and resigned. And it's a paralysis among a segment of the population who are starting to lose their sense of meaning. So it goes back to, there's this admiration, almost deification in some circles, and also fear and apprehension. AI could revolutionize healthcare and help solve critical societal problems, but it could also, and this is where I heard Tony just talking and others talking, and Jay, it could also outsmart and control us. Now, whether you agree with that or not is not the point. What I'm saying, it's a perception out there is of this. And so this idea that it could do this leads to a withdrawal and apathy of just submitting. For some, this is a prospect, is a dream. For others, this is a nightmare. The kind of creature we become, and going back to Frankenstein's language, becomes inseparable from the machine artifact that we have created. Can we master it, or will we be mastered by us? And this was at the heart, I think, of my conversations with Sam. We started to look at a very interesting, my second recommendation for reading is the 2018 republication of Shelley's Frankenstein, put out by MIT Press. And what's interesting about that version, it's called Frankenstein, Annotated for Scientists, Engineers, and Creators of All Kinds. So what you have is the original text and then commentary, annotation by scientists and engineers on what's going on in the text and what's going on in modern society. So it's worth reading. But the one line in there that he pointed out was when the creature, Frankenstein, turns to the inventor and says, "You are my creator, but I am your master. Obey." And so from Sam's point of view, he saw that the prospects were here as this divide deepens, as that knowledge and intelligence, or whatever we want to call it, excels. We may not be able to keep up with the creations of our own making. This is an interesting, you all know, because Geoffrey Hinton's name came up quite a bit during the week, and the Nobel Prize, whether it was justified or not. My conversations with Sam on Nobel Prize, I became quite cynical about how they're awarded and whatnot. He was a colleague working with Sidney Bremer in biology, who, by the way, ended up dying in Singapore for the reasons we talked about at lunch. But in any event, Hinton gets it. But then he says there's a 10 to 20% chance of triggering a catastrophic outcome for humanity with this. 10 to 20% chance that AI would lead to human extinction within the next 3 decades. I'm quoting him. But the other one that got me was Stephen Hawking, another brilliant scientist in the area of physics and astrophysics. He said, "We cannot predict what we might achieve when our minds are amplified by AI. Perhaps with these tools and this new technological revolution, we will be able to undo some of the damage done to the natural world by the last one, industrialization. And surely we will aim to finally eradicate disease and poverty." I admire his work. He's a little naive, because we did eradicate smallpox, but we haven't gotten rid of it. It's being stored as in weapons caches right now. So this is a difficulty you have with the control of these things. Even when you're at the prospect that you can eliminate, say, something like smallpox from the entire population, we and other countries still retain it in our arsenal to be used at some time. In any event, he goes on, he says, "It will eradicate disease and poverty. Every aspect of our lives will be transformed. In short, success in creating AI could be the biggest event in the history of civilization, or it could be the best or the worst thing ever happened to humanity." So alongside the benefits, AI also will bring dangers. Dangers like powerful autonomous weapons or new ways for the few to oppress the many. I'm out of time, aren't I? Okay. My apologies. I had a dozen other of the key ethical challenges, bullet points that I could have thrown out to you, and don't have time to do it. I will make one last comment, though. Both Hawking and Hinton, and many of the seniors in this room, come from backgrounds that are sparse with humanities and science or STEM. My own was that way as well. The question we ask ourselves, what's to happen with the next generation who only know the world of digitalization and don't have a ground of comparison with the previous humanities to contrast and compare and see where we're going, that they're weaned on total technology. And so whatever those both sources are and activities of mind in the humanities that are stimulated will increasingly be not in the conversation. So I think this is going back to my concluding point of what I take away from this gathering today is the need to go back to C.P. Snow's original essay in 1959 called Two Cultures, where basically he made the comment, science and humanities represented the intellectual life of the whole of the Western society. Now he's using Western, I would say the whole of the world. And it's become split into two separate cultures. And that the division was a major handicap in both solving the world's problems. So I think I go away with a sense of the necessity for some kind of conversation and dialogue like this to continue. And I hope you will all sort of take it seriously too and not give in to apathy and despair or utopian excitement about what's coming. So I apologize for not using my time well, but I'm done.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Any question from the audience? Well, we will have a panel discussion following this, so you have a chance to ask Martin again. So maybe you take a short break, maybe 10 minutes bathroom break, then we come back for the panel discussion at, let's see what time. How about, you have a question? Okay, it has to be a short question. Okay.
What solutions do you propose?
See it again?
What solutions do you propose?
Short question. What solution do you propose? Give a short answer.
I would be a fool to answer that. I don't come here and didn't expect to come here with the idea of sort of pontificating about things like that. I have a solution, I have an answer, this religion, that philosophy, that drug, or whatever. What I have picked up in the last couple days is the importance of not addressing these questions, of not wrestling with them, the fear that we will just sweep them under the carpet and rely on the invisible hand of something to take care of it, or magical thinking. All of that, or anti-science, or anything along those lines. So I think the important thing is, the solution is, it's not done yet. We're in the middle of it, and we're going to have to open up a bit to get at it. And I'm just suggesting bring in more material into the conversation and not just be myopic. So my fear would be that we don't take it seriously, we don't take it soberly, and we just sort of think it's going to go away. It's not going to go away. Yeah.
Okay, so I think my mic ran out of battery. So maybe we will start at 3:50. So we take 10 minutes, 11 minutes break. So come back for a more stimulating panel discussion. Okay, so let's please get seated to prepare for the panel discussion. We'll start in a few minutes. Yeah, please come sit down. Go to the front. There's plenty of seat right here. Yeah, please sit down and move to the front. Will you please move to the front? Yeah, there's plenty of seat over there. Yeah, it's too far. Please move to the front. Please sit over there. Yeah, there's plenty of seat. So let's fill the seat. Yeah, let's put it empty. Take any seat. Move to the front. Yeah, I don't want to look so empty. Will you please move to the front? I think we want to have a look pretty empty. You don't need to sit here, right? Will you also join the panel sitting? Okay, but there's no need to I think it's better to sit to the front, yeah. 你叫他们坐下去，那都空了。We have a lot of seat right here, so please come forward. Yeah, please. Yeah, please come, move forward.叫所有的学生都上来嘛，这后面前面都空的。怎么样？ OK， 你先 OK， 那你不要坐这里好了。Okay, so let's start the second part of the program. So we have a panel discussion, and we already have 5 very interesting presentations this afternoon. And it's very high level, very interesting, and but make it also accessible to the audience. So at the end, each of them raise some questions. So we would like to have further discussion, and also welcome more questions from the audience. So before we start the panel discussion, Dr. Huang from USC would like to make a few remarks. He's a very senior, well-known cardiac surgeon, and he told us last night that he has 9,000 open heart surgery. that's just amazing. Okay, Dr. Huang. Yeah, you go to the podium.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I just like to share some of my stories. Many years ago, we put together a medical summer camp at Garfield Medical Center. And for the high school student and also college student who would like to become a doctor. So at the end, at the graduation, I talked to those young students, and I told them, I said, the day when you become a doctor, I'd like you to remember what I'm going to tell you today. And I said, being a doctor, we are not treating the disease. We are treating the human, a person. Because there was a young cardiologist. One day called me because I'm a heart surgeon. And he said, Dr. Wang, I got this 60 years old gentleman come to the emergency room with a chest pain. And I did the cardiac catheterization and angiogram. And he had a lot of blockage on the coronary arteries. So he needed bypass surgery. And I said, okay, what's his name? He said, let me look it up. I will text you. So he texted me a medical record number and a date of birth, because we are kind of prohibited to put a patient's name on the text message with patient privacy. So he doesn't even remember the patient's name. He had to look it up. And that's not right, because he thought, patient is just a medical record number, and we are treating the chest pain, coronary disease. But we are not. We are treating a real person with emotion and affection. And I have a patient. I went to talk to her. I recommended surgery. And she said, but doctor, I'm very scared. So I hold her hand because I want to connect with her soul. And I said, when people was told that you need somebody to operate on your heart, yes, they get nervous, they get very scared. It's understandable, and you are not the only one. But let me put it this way. I will be your surgeon, and you can be scared, but as long as I'm not scared, you will be okay. And so he signed a consent for me to do the surgery. And then there's another patient. She was a great mother. And before surgery, she told me, doctor, please do a good job, because I want to live to see my granddaughter graduate from the college. So he's a real person with emotion and affection. But not only that we are treating the person, we also helping the people surrounding the patients. And I had a patient that was very, very sick, and we performed the successful surgery. And the patient got better and got to go home. And after that, I got a thank you letter from the daughter. And the card said, thank you, Dr. Huang. Thank you for bringing our mother back to us. Yeah. And I have another patient who was 50-some years old gentleman. And so as a routine, before surgery, I went to talk to him what surgery we're going to perform, and what you expect, what is a complication, and what's the risk. And he said, doctor, I trust you, because you did my mother 7 years ago. I said, oh, really? So I asked him, I said, so how is she doing? Oh, she's doing fine, but she's getting old, so she moved in with me, so I can take care of her. And when I heard that, I said, oh my goodness, if that patient develop a complication and ultimately die because of my surgery, then I killed 2 lives. Because if the son died because of my surgery, then nobody take care of his elderly mother. And the last story is, I have this 80-some years old couple, and the wife told me that they've been married 60 years, no children, only 2 of them, no other families. But unfortunately, the husband came into the emergency room with a massive heart attack. So we performed the emergency surgery. We did everything possible, but unfortunately, he did not make it, and he died. So I asked the student, what do you think happened to the wife after that? And I told the student, she died also. And the student said, what? What happened? What happened to her? And I said, well, she did not physically die. But when the husband died, she lost the last and the only loving companion. And after that, there was nothing left to her to live for. So we are treating the real person. They are not the medical record number. Okay, they are a real person. So I just try to remind the young doctors, to refocus their attention. And you can be the most skillful cardiac surgeon, but if you don't have a compassion and a passion for life, then still you are not a good doctor. So similarly, for all you scientists and also industrial people, you've been gifted all the intelligence and the talent, and you've been privileged the opportunity to develop the most advanced machine and the most sophisticated AI. But when you come down to the end, there's only one thing important left, which is all about what we are, a human being, the people, the friends, the family, the society, the cultures, and the human civilization. And that is the bottom line we really need to focus on. So that is not a solution that the student asked, but I think that if we can focus the bottom line, the human being. Okay, so that is my story. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wang, for this very compassionate speech from his personal experience and from his heart. I think that set a very good tone for the panel discussion, because last night when we had this Pi Day reflection at Caltech, we also talk about the humanism and its digital revolution. So I think that it is a good time for us to reflect what we do, the impact to the society. So, although sometimes the scientists or professor or even industrial leader, that we try to do something very exciting. You can see the technological advance, but the impact could be good and bad. Everything has two sides, right? So I think that it is, as Jeffrey Hinton blew the whistle, that in 2023 he quit Google, and then because he see this AI that he helped to develop could outsmart human intelligence, right? That if you don't do something to contain it, to make sure that it's safe, it would enhance the quality of human life in a good way, but it could compromise. It could ruin, as Martin talked about, that it could destroy our civilization maybe in the near future, 30 years, whatever, right? So it is a responsibility for all of us to contemplate this question. So with that, I maybe go around to the panel, to each of you will say something, and then we open the floor to the audience. Okay. Oh, you have your mic. Okay. I go first? Yeah.
Hello? Is it on? Okay. Yeah, to follow on this remarks by Jeff Hinton and
Stephen Hawking, right? You mentioned. Many people are skeptical about this. So whether people are worried about the omnipotence of AI. So what I've read about what they are worried about is that AI or AGI will be so powerful that it will develop thoughts of its own, and it will create havoc for human beings. So it would not at some point listen to the creator. Is someone saying Frankenstein? Frankenstein, the one who made it. So I see that as a real worry. I can see where that comes from. But my take is, I think I would worry more about how humans can misuse AI, more than the AI will organize itself against human. It may happen, I don't know, in the future. As you heard me, I'm more skeptical that it will happen soon, that with AGI. But with any technology that we know about, from nuclear to gunpowder to many, many things, I think the chance that human will misuse it and then to hurt human being is much higher. That's sort of my take. So let's worry about that before we worry about the machine or the AI itself. That's my comment.
Okay, so I think I want to say is human can get some conclusion with a very small amount of data. And you can say human have some intuition, and human has some kind of creation, invention, and so on. Those inventors or creators, we probably know very little thing, but we can infer, right? And the AI machine has to incorporate a lot of data. So human and machine actually can work together in the sense human can, first check the answer. AI can check humans' thinking if something blind spot, but human also has to judge. In the new modern AI era, has to judge these things generated by AI machine meaningful or not. Okay, so that's actually the very important education we need to do. Is human have to use their own wisdom to decide this answer makes sense or not. If you ask a lot of political questions, and those AI machine will give you totally different answers, right? The LLM in US, LLM in China, the answer will be totally different. But we need to know the background, right? So this kind of maybe we may need even more time to check the correctness of the answer. But human has some intuition, and human has this is reasonable or not, right? That's one thing. Another is a lot about the value. About the value, decision, and so on. Those kind of things, it's very hard to put into the AI machine. Just like Dr. Huang said, we have put more value on human rather than on the disease, right? We have put more value about something, a lot of things the machine cannot give to you, like happiness, like the peace of the mind. A lot of things, the machine will not be able to answer you. And you ask something, machine may give you an answer. Some people maybe talk to machine and decide to get a suicide. But this is very, you need to do some prompt and so on. And so I think that the thing is a lot of value system is not building in the AI. It can be very human dependent. So those kind of things in the future education, we have to teach the children how to live peacefully with the AI machine. But I think that there's a big role of humans, and which cannot be replaced.
So maybe the organizers didn't know this, but whenever I'm invited to be on a panel, I'm extremely provocative. So I hope they don't regret inviting me to be on this panel. So I'll just say a few things. First, you should be extremely skeptical of anything anyone ever says, myself included. Did you know that Jeff Hinton also said in 2016 that AI will replace radiologists in 5 years? Okay, so his track record for making these proclamations is about 0% accuracy. That's not to say that he's not right about whatever he's saying next. I'm just saying, look at his track record and make your own decisions. Someone also said, AGI is, this, and well, we get AGI, what's the definition of AGI? LLMs can have knowledge but they don't have understanding. Well, I actually like to push back on that as well. So actually, what is our definition of understanding? Anyone give me a definition? If an LLM gets 100% on the calculus exam here at PCC, does it understand calculus? The instructors at PCC would like to think that the answer is yes, at least based on historical precedent, but I can tell you this, and I put LLMs through some exams, like Caltech exams. It got like over 90% at. So it depends on your definition of understanding. To me, my interpretation is that the LLMs actually do understand enough to do something that's useful. It can, but full understanding, maybe not, but I don't think it's so black and white. To answer maybe the leading question about AGI, we can all speculate, we can all get drunk and sit at a bonfire and like tell, speculate, what could be. The way I like to think about it is very similar to some of the other comments, which is, I do think that it's much more easy for AI to be misused by other humans. We've already seen this in some authoritarian governments. I like to think about what the technology will enable 5 years from now, who has the power to control these things, and what that implies. That's how I like to think about it.
Maybe go back to Tony's point. I think there's a misunderstanding sometimes of the humanities as the glorification of the human above all things. Man is the measure of all things, a kind of Renaissance statement. But I just want to read you a little section of poetry here, going back quite a ways. But it's this slightly provocative and skeptical view of the human. It's not a buy-in completely, nor is it a sellout. It's somewhere in between. So this is I know the language might be a little, I'll slow it down to get you to this, but it describes a human, and it goes like this: a human being placed on this isthmus, this divide, of a middle state of being darkly wise and rudely great, with too much knowledge for the skeptic side, with too much weakness for the stoic's pride. He hangs between in doubt to act or rest, in doubt his mind or body to prefer, born to die, reasoning but to err. Unlike in ignorance, his reason such, whether he thinks too little or too much, chaos of thought and passion all confused, still by himself abused and disabused, created half to rise and half to fall, great lord of things and yet prey to all. Sole judge of truth, in endless error hurled, the glory, jest, and riddle of the world. So this is a kind of a poetic take on when we do the humanities, we come in both with a sense of the power of the human, but also the necessary humility for what you're describing, which is given power, there's a tendency for it to corrupt. And given absolute power, which is you don't know where this is going to go, that tendency is what not just the humanities need to address, because I think this is where the scientists also need to weigh in and not be afraid to weigh in on how do you contain and control your power, how do you work with it so it benefits rather than harms, and in the lure of money and fame, which we all have to do, how do you subdue that? To me, that's the biggest offering of the humanities, is this self-reflective, self-controlling mechanism and an honesty in dealing with the foibles and the weaknesses that we all deal with. But it can be and has to be in him. So, just share.
I was on the panel last night. You don't know me, but Doug Powers from Dharma Ram Buddhist University. I have to come to this question from what our major focus is at Dharma Ram Buddhist University, which is every human person is completely unique, and every moment of their experience is totally unique and never repeatable. So the first thing from the humanities that we need to do is educate students from a very young age as to the profundity of each person and the common respect we have for each person from their basic personhood. If we do that, and then if we really come from that base and then teach students the skills to process their experience and relate the internal experience that they're having to the external world that they're operating in, which is a very complex, everyone has a very complex existence. Our main focus is that we think the place that makes the greatest difference in each person's life is their interpretation of the senses that are coming in. The systems that they're using, that they have formulated internally, that they're using at the place of their sense experiences to evaluate the world, their own experience and the world around them, that there's a tremendous amount of power in observing from from early childhood to the present moment, all of the habits and memories that you have of your experience that turns you into a calculating machine. Most human beings, we all are basically calculating machines. And in Buddhism, we call this karma. The thing that we have in common with science is that science and Buddhism don't see anything outside of the actual interconnected web of all of our conscious experiences as we project both our symbolic systems and the world that we construct around us. There isn't anything outside of that. Both Buddhism and science sees it as a complete system within itself and doesn't look for anything outside that system itself for analysis or an answer. The answers are in that human experience and in the world that we live in, that we're constructing and live in. So I don't think that from a Buddhist view, AI just seems to be a continuation. The Buddhists see that we have this conditional world that we exist within, which is always a very complex, almost infinitely complex web of causality that the best humans ever do is come up with various systems of analysis that relate to it. Those systems of analysis only go as far as humans have calculated at any given time and use, and we learn the systems that we're using to create the world or understand the world through, we pass on from generation to generation, becomes our culture, becomes our education that we're passing on from elementary through university through graduate school. If AI can help us to understand better and calculate the complexities of that incredibly infinite complexity of causality, that it could be of great use. It's certainly going to give a tremendous amount of power to us in being able to do that. And that obviously the question of where that power lies is incredibly important. But I think the biggest thing I see is that we have to have a balance in the educational experience of all of our students, all the way through their elementary, high school, college, and graduate, to balance whatever they're learning in technology, science, and so forth with the humanities that gives them as much skill in understanding themselves and their own process as it does in calculating the world, the scientific approach to the objective world. If that isn't equal, if there isn't an equality between the humanities in terms of the importance of it for each person, and the calculations we're making at the other side of contact through our senses and the world that we're constructing, the structures of that world that we're constructing and analyzing our experience through, then slowly we're going to become an abstraction to ourselves. And as we become abstractions to ourselves, we'll just all kind of eventually disappear into that abstraction. But I think AI is only a small part of that overall issue. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Doc. So, Doc gave a very nice talk yesterday at the Caltech Pi Day event, and he's also the interim president of the Dharma Ram Buddhist University. So, follow up Doc's question. I think he mentioned this the question of education in this AI, the era of AI. So, I think through the talk we also hear the question of knowledge and intelligence, right? So I think this is I would like to raise the next question for the panel is that the way we conduct education or learning, right, both for student and from the perspective of a teacher. I think in the old day, like in the time when I was in college, I think the main focus of education mostly to learn skill, knowledge, right? All those already pre-exist. You just need to learn, and then you can perform in your work after you graduate, right? But now most of this part can be replaced by AI. Can do much better. They know so much more. They can read a book. Many books. They know if you ask AI for any question, they're available in book in terms of any one of us cannot compete with AI, right? So what is the competitive advantage for a student? So the way we teach our student, if you do not change the way of you learning, do not develop this critical thinking skill, but just to learn how to do the exercise, the exam in the old way, then you can, a ChatGPT can do any of this much better. So I think we need to address the question of how to nurture critical thinking skill, creativity, to have real intelligence that we can, maybe that's the only area we can beat AI. We have a race with AI in some sense, right? Because AI also have that intelligence too. So let me, maybe, yeah, Tony.
Yeah, I want to make a few comments about the AI in education. But before I do that, I want to address your comment about Jeff Hinton's comment on radiology. I think that's actually, I didn't know that. I actually was one who actually said the same thing, okay? But I did not make it public, okay? So, I've been wondering. I mean, I've had X-rays and so on. My conclusion is, okay, let me back up. So we trust the computer for many things. For example, I trust Google Maps. I use it even to go home. I should know the way, but I trust it because it knows what the current traffic is. I trust it. I just be able to turn it on. But I do not trust the machine to look at my radiology film. I think this going back to Dr. Wang's comment. My conclusion, when it comes to humans, I think humans want to have someone that they can trust. And so far, the AI has not gotten there yet. I mean, all you have to do is you look at some of the output from ChatGPT or DeepSeek even. I've tried this. And you say, look at it, wait, it's not quite there, So, but you have to trust it, that I think that maybe trust is one of the dimensions. But coming back to AI and education, so there are at least two dimensions, right? One is impact on society, impact on jobs, careers. I'm sure many of you are students. You must be wondering, how is it going to impact me? So I've seen this before. Computer science is a discipline. I've seen it with my own eyes. There was one time, you probably know, there was no computer science department. At Caltech, no computer science department when I was there. So in the early days, people jump into this train. Okay, I want to get into computer science. What does that mean? You learn coding. You go to coding academies because you get a job easier. So maybe one thing is, okay, what do I learn to get a good job? But that is changing so fast. I think you'll never be able to catch it. But you have to adapt. You have to adapt. So that's one thing that I think the deans at PCC and any university, they have to think about what kind of courses, education program they want to offer to the student. Of course, you have to offer skill part. You have to learn Python, PyTorch, whatever it is, okay? Because when you get a job at Google or Meta, you got to know those stuff, okay? But you also need to have, what I think the more important thing is critical thinking. I think you have to understand enough about what AI can or cannot do. You heard from us. I think there are more skeptics here than believers. So you have, for example, there are a lot of fakes, right? You get video generated by AI. You cannot tell the difference. I mean, Did you show an example or you show an example? So I think you have to understand enough to be an intelligent consumer of information coming to you. Because otherwise, you're going to be easily fooled. So whatever courses can be developed, you need to, I think the educator got to develop program for that. In addition to the skill part, you need that. Last part on education is, see, AI is a technology or discipline or way of thinking or philosophy on its own, but it's also a great platform for cross-disciplinary work. You know, you look at astronomy. There's a law that was discovered by AI, right? But there are many things. AI applied to medicine.
Pending peer review.
Yeah, okay. But so AI, in addition to a technology in itself, is an enabling platform for many things. So maybe that's another angle in education. So whatever you're doing, you could be an artist, you could be a writer, you could be a medical student, maybe the colleges, the program that will encourage this kind of to break the silos. So those are 2 or 3 dimensions I want to mention.
Okay, I think another thing about radiologists is accountability. So if there is something you fail to see, some cancer cell and so on, who is going to be responsible? Is the AI company, software company? No, usually you need a sign by a radiologist. So eventually human has to be responsible for that. So I think, again, I feel the AI is a supplementary or it's a tool for the radiology. They can increase the productivity much more. So usually they have to see 2 hours, I'm my friend, 2 hours, then maybe 20 minutes. So 2 hours, they can see 6 cases rather than 1 case. But still someone has to be responsible. So that's accountability. The second thing, someone asked before about the logical reasoning. You know how they do this logical reasoning? It's not really AI knows. It's that they use the training data. They have the reinforcement learning. So they one step go to the other and go to this other. And usually go to a lot of mathematics. Look at the statistical mathematics. So you see this step, what's the most likely the next step? And you do the right one, they give you a high score. If you go to the wrong one, they give you a low score. So there's a penalty. They use the reinforcement learning to derive step by step. They don't know really what's going on. They just use a lot of past experience. And math has a lot of derivation. There's a lot of high school and geometry and so on. They have this kind of step. So they use that feed the machine to learn those kind of arguments. If you ask them, give me a logic for how you make some investment decision or something, they will be much weaker. But the math, they can do that because there are a lot of training data. So they appear like they can inference. They can do the logical reasoning. In reality, it's just by reinforcement learning algorithm. So I will say, human actually may benefit from AI. AI choose the most likely path. This go to this step. So it's a statistical learning, right? Statistical. So human may look at a couple of this kind of example and know how to solve the problem to get a skill. They don't need to see hundreds or millions of examples. They only need a couple commonly used geometric inference. Then they learn that they can prove it. So maybe you have learned 3 years geometry, but now you only need 1 semester geometry because you learn from the statistics collected by AI. So sometimes AI can help human grow much faster, but human need a very few training sample. That's really the benefit.
I want to go back to the original question, which was on education. I think we all need to be very honest about what's happening right now in education. There are 2 aspects of education. One is training and teaching, and the other one is credentialism. Did you get a degree? And we all know that the students entering the job force right now are faced with a very, very tough time. Due to, especially if you're in computer science, right? Like, software engineering jobs are actually slowly disappearing right now because of, LLM coders. We're all humans, and when you're faced with a lot of pressure, you just want to get the best credentials because that gets your foot in the door, and that's an incentive to cheat. And so, what a lot of educators are faced with. Sorry, I hope I'm not being too provocative. What a lot of educators are faced with is, okay, I want to teach, but I also want to make sure that the credentials I give at the outcome of my class are reputable. And what is going to happen if you're not careful is that the urge to make your credentialism reputable is going to make the testing process, the quizzing process so burdensome, it actually creates more friction to learning than if you just let people cheat a little bit if they want to. Is that too provocative?
You could do more.
So these AI systems, if you do really want to practice critical thinking, which I think is the human skill that will transcend, all the progress in AI for the next 5 years. If you do practice critical thinking, AI is a profoundly powerful tool, and that is the bright side of AI. If you feel the pressure because of a range of reasons, to build your career, to get a good grade, and you want to take like 10 classes because you want to graduate early and your tuition bill is too high, and you feel that pressure to just get it through and just get the credentials, then yeah, there's that urge. Everyone has it. We're all human. And teachers want to guard against that. But there is a balance there. Because if you make that friction too high, it's like the bureaucracy of like the US tax system, right? Like, oh, we're going to catch tax fraud. Well, okay, you're going to spend so much effort doing that, you're like, people will start dodging taxes anyways, right? Because they hate doing the paperwork. So that's something to think about. And my conclusion right now, it might change in a few months, is it's probably okay to just let students who feel that slippery slope, to just let it be a little bit slippery if it maximizes the potential for them to practice critical thinking using AI.
This is fun because it's not out of my realm completely. Was it Tony or Jay who said something about, you mentioned accountability? Yeah, so one of the issues that I didn't get to in my presentation that philosophers are asking is this idea of moral responsibility. In other words, you have a machine, say a self-driving car or a cyborg soldier, who goes out and the soldier does a My Lai massacre. The car runs over and kills somebody. So the first question is, how do you program ethics into these machines so that they actually will recognize and make choices that are ethical? The one they give is your girlfriend's here in the crosswalk and there's 6 strangers. Do you program it to save your girlfriend and run it, that kind of thing? But this is becoming a very real issue because in terms of legal and even moral responsibility, where does accountability, where does the buck stop? Does it go back, you sue the programmer for faulty programming, the data in, as you say, bias in, bias out? Or do you go after the engineer that put it together? Or do you go after the corporation that bought it and used it, and so forth? So this becomes a very complex issue where we have agency, activity, and an agent, but then the question is who's responsible? The other point I wanted to bring up, and I think you were going back to the question that Tom, you asked about understanding education. Again, I'm thinking of a model of education. This comes from the Chinese tradition, from a text called the Da Shui, and it's a very early text, and basically defines higher education, literally Da Shui, great learning, as consisting of Ming De, and what that means is both intellect and virtue and goodness. So the educated person had both of those combined. They weren't at odds with each other, it wasn't one over the other. And then the question was, what is higher education to do about this question of developing not only the content, but the character of the persons that they're graduating? Because in fact, all of you in this room are going to go out and be the major decision makers of the next generation and your peers. And so the question is, by what are you steering? And what are the, the values that you're steering by? So this idea, and that Ming De had to do, you find that goodness, you find that brightness, and then the third part is you renovate humanity. It's actually an imperative to go out and use that knowledge for the betterment of society, and that was considered a model of higher education. I won't go into how they tried this at Harvard and it didn't work, but that's another story. I mean, they actually tried it. They actually experimented with this and it didn't work, but that's take too much time.
Can you hear me? So, often there's medical students rotate to my service, and frequently I ask them. So frequently I ask them. So when you've graduated, what specialty you want to go into? And they say, well, I want to go into internal medicine. And I said, are you crazy? That's going to be replaced by the AI. So indeed, for example, they're using AI to read the MRI and CAT scan and so forth. And that's just in the medical field. So I like to ask the panels, there's a very common concern for young generation. They will worry about a lot of jobs are going to be replaced by the AI. So I like panel to comment and advise the young people.
Yeah, we don't have to have everybody answer the same question, but maybe just whoever want to say.
Yeah, I was the one who brought up this question as well. So I think AI will help humans to be better doctors, to be better writers, to be whatever it is. Perhaps it will make their jobs better quality, but also better efficiency. So maybe you don't need as many radiologists because it's already, you can do the first order filtering. But I think when you deal with human, you need a human in the loop. That's, I think, the way. I mean, you are a medical doctor, right? So, for example, I'm sure now the technology exists that human can do surgery. In fact, there are machines that you can buy, right? But I think if I was just taking myself as an example, I want to trust a human. I want to talk to all my friends, who's the best surgeon in my field, right? So it will take a while. So your job is very safe.
I think I make a joke with, so if I take an airplane, and if I can go to business class, I will go to business class, right? It's comfortable. But I also I serve by people. So I imagine someday economy class will be some robots doing that service. But I go to the business class, you have human service, right? But I want to be served by people. That's, I feel, some prestigious associated with that. And I don't want to serve by robots because it's a commodity. So I think many things I feel, if I see the family doctor, I still feel I want to see the family doctor because of person, because of warm, the temperature and so on. So I don't know. I think if something, it depends on the market, right? Something very poor, they cannot afford that, then maybe they want to see machine, right? But if you can afford, I think you want to go to see person, assisted by AI machine.
So we're in a very transformative and disruptive time right now, but I can say that I strongly believe that the number of jobs and opportunities, if you are able to take advantage of the opportunities, will actually increase dramatically in the future. Let me tell you a few stories, and some of these you may have already heard. With the invention of the ATM machine, people were like, oh my God, the bank teller is going to run out of jobs. Actually, with the invention of ATM machines, there are more bank tellers than ever because people relied on banking and the financial services that come with that as a foundation upon which we build a modern economy. So there are no more bankers than ever, bank tellers than ever, even though after we invented the ATM. In fact, because we invented the ATM, because now people can rely on it as a scalable infrastructure from which to build a modern economy. In the past, when you place a phone call, someone had to manually connect the wires, right, in order for your call to get through. I was not, this predated when I was born, but maybe some of my colleagues may remember those times.
I know.
Or you have to connect, you have to actually, then you just dial, and then, it rings, and then that was automated, now it's purely digital. But back in the old days, someone actually in the back of the room connected the wires. And then when the dialing thing came about, people go, oh my God, those people are going to be out of the jobs. But in fact, new jobs are created because telecommunications being reliable and at scale became a reliable part of our infrastructure upon which we can build a modern economy. When we created, Amazon and Google, it made possible the ability for small business owners who may have like 10,000 customers across the entire world that they could not afford to spend the marketing to reach. They just spend a tiny fraction of that marketing budget, put it on Amazon, put it on Google Ads, and they've reached their customers. Amazon and Google, despite all their flaws, have enabled a modern economy of small businesses that were simply not economically feasible before those technologies. So yes, LLMs and AI will destroy a lot of existing jobs. It will also, when done right, which is a work in progress, form the infrastructure upon which you can build the next generation economy, upon which there will be even more jobs. And I strongly advise all of the young people in this room to have the critical thinking skills to sort of try to think through what that might look like and how to leverage AI so that you can take advantage of that modern economy.
Well, lots there. My gosh, that was a first thing that came to mind. I just read a statistic that said we are quickly, within the couple years, approaching a 50% elimination of jobs current jobs. So that we're approaching a market. That's a lot of people who will not have jobs that will be displaced. So the thing that you just brought up, Yusung, is very important. Is one, what is critical thinking? What does it mean to have critical thinking, and how is that imparted? And can that be imparted through artificial learning? That's one thing. The next question is, how do we settle the issue that, and this is a current issue across America, what fed into the last election, of people feeling displaced, disrespected, and not having honor and purpose in their lives. So you lose, my father, who worked in a factory, loses his job. He's not going to be an influencer on YouTube, that's going to replace. So he's got 4 kids and a family to support, and the kind of skills that you're talking about, the opportunities to take advantage, many of these people in the room have the background and flexibility to do that. But there's a huge section of the population, and that's what I was asking the earlier question. As this technology advances to higher and higher levels, who can partake in that and who is left behind? And that was one of the concerns, that this is an elite developing that can really take advantage of it. A Musk, for example, but he'll be on Mars with his colony. But and what happens to people, who even have high school, because high school really is not that significant anymore, and there's a lot of people who don't, but even have a general bachelor's degree, no matter what you majored in, it doesn't necessarily, without that critical thinking you talked about, equate into some kind of new job. So I think, and I think you're all feeling that now, you can graduate from here in some kind of STEM degree. That's not necessarily going to translate into a marketable position in the current. It could be a completely different thing. Then that goes back to the flexibility and retraining thing. So I have more questions, but this is a really good topic. Yeah.
So let me add something. I feel also AI will create more job opportunities, particularly viewing the birth rate these days. The birth rate goes very low. So the young generation actually number very few. And there are a lot of aged people. So I hope before, when I go to the older age, there's enough humanoid robots to serve me. I don't expect my daughter will come home to serve me. And then many old people have this kind of thinking. If there is a robots, very friendly to human, they will buy one. And they talk to the robot, had chat, right? It's maybe something not very meaningful, not very useful, but you have someone to talk to. So I think that's a big service. But now, indeed, quite a few people will lose jobs. I also agree with that. And I think the working hour will be shorter. Working hour shorter, I think that's good. We don't need to work for some long hours. But some people, maybe they need to be protected by the government. The government need to support them, give them monthly $1,000, $2,000. And then they come back to if you have robots at home to do the home house service, you have to pay the money to the government. Say, I have robots, and not only buying the robot, I buying the service, right? Buying them, I pay $1,000, $2,000. to go to the common pool to help those people. So that's something in my mind, maybe we can make things a little more balanced.
Doug, you have anything to add?
I see no way that AI isn't going to go as far as it can. I see no possible way that with the resources behind it and the direction that we're going, that AI won't move ahead rapidly. And everybody in this room needs to calculate what that means for them. And you have to look at any time that you're in a machine, if you're in a machine and related to a machine as working with the machine's doing the major aspect of what it is that you're doing, you're going to be replaced. If there's something that you are doing with the machine that's creative, that's using the machine, you may not be replaced. So you have to look at where you are to the machine. This is not just with AI, though. I don't see this as an issue. AI is something bringing it to a head. I think this has been happening ever since we started living in computers and working with computers. This is just a continuation of that. And you just have to individually and in your training see how you're related to the machines you're using and what role you have in it expediting your creativity and what you can add to it, or whether you're eventually either going to be replaced or already working sort of machine-like. I think it's a real opportunity for a large number of human beings that are operating already very machine-like to not have to do that. So I don't know what that will do in having all those people displaced, but hopefully what it would do is that our educational, from high school through college, can begin to look at what it's training students to do with that in mind and develop those aspects of our students that have the creativity that can use AI rather than get into careers or see themselves as somehow being able to augment, get into a job that they're dependent upon the machine's activity or replacing the machine's activity from their own activity, because those jobs are almost all going to be replaced.
I'll just add one more thing. The jobs of the future are nothing like what we imagine them to be today. 20 years ago, if I told you, okay, there's going to be this company called, I don't know, I'll just pick one, Khan Academy, that does purely online teaching, where you connect to people on a computer and all this happens, maybe 30 years ago. And the person from 30 years ago would be like, what is the internet? Right? That's their first reaction. What is this internet thing you're talking about? So I just want to emphasize that the jobs that will be available in 10 years, 15 years from now will look nothing like what we have right now.
Yeah, I want to raise an issue that has not been raised explicitly before, but I think Doug and Yisong had kind of brought it up, which is when we talk about jobs being replaced, we're talking about some jobs out there, but what about professors? In particular, what about institutions where professor, in fact, what about the institution?
I have tenure.
No, well, if you're a civil servant, in the U.S. government, that doesn't matter, okay? I mean, that's kind of like tenure. But what about educational institutions as we know them, right? From university, colleges to K-12 to kindergarten. Because in a way, from some objective perspective, AI or machine can deliver the transmission of knowledge aspect of education. Right? In fact, even before AI, the massively online courses. But you see, okay, so that's my issue. Okay? I think the professors should worry about the jobs. Okay, but I think the students should also worry. What kind of educator would you like to get? Right, that really is the issue. But this has happened before. So massively online is one. You heard about Coursera, edX. At that time, I was already a president of a university. People say, okay, university is going to go out of business. Did not happen. Even when before the internet, when I was a graduate student at Stanford, there was something called, it's online, but it's not internet. You have a class, You have a TV, people from outside can participate and they can ask questions. And so it's not replacing. So this is not new. So in fact, you think deeply, why do you go to college? One is accreditation, certification, but the other one is the human aspect. You have to think about, the professor got to think about, what is it? It's more than transmission of knowledge, because that's sort of more low level. You want to interact with the professor, I hope, or with your fellow students, right? So can you sit at home and have AI feed you or ChatGPT feed you all the information? Would you be happy with that? Let's say you're certified. You can be certified. I would say you cannot.
There's a lot of people that are teaching that are mechanically teaching, and they're replaceable, okay? I think the key thing is that there was a couple comments meant about we as human beings really enjoy the relationship with other human beings. And so if we're looking at any kind of job, that what you're doing is providing that kind of personal care, attention, listening, attending to, there's a dynamic element of the human that humans need and crave. And I don't see that going away. In fact, what it's going to become is worth more and more. What's going to be hard is to actually find human contact, as we already know. There's already an alien. The main problem right now for a lot of young people is they're not getting enough human contact, and they're replacing it with these platforms where they think they're sort of communicating, and their attention's being taken up, but they're not actually communicating. They're not in a personal relationship with someone that cares, they have the warmth of and so forth. I do not think that's replaceable. I think people are going to want that, crave that, pay for that if they have to. So I think if anything that you want to look to that is that the serving aspects of humanity are going to have value. But anything that you're doing that is just a mechanical process of teaching people, I don't care whether you're a teacher or what role it is, and there's none of that human warmth or attention or involvement in that kind of way, then yeah, if somebody can more easily do it online and they can do it at their own time and their own place, they're going to probably choose to do that. So you really have to look at what you're providing in whatever you're doing to see how the human element that you're bringing to it is an important part of the exchange and the value.
Actually, if you have a model that's based on training alone, that higher education is largely a training center, higher vocational but still training, then professors are in the crosshairs more than anybody. We're the most replaceable if all we are is, pouring knowledge into a container. The rudimentary computers of an earlier age can do a better job. So the question then is, what is education for? Is it training, or is it also for transformation? If it's for transformation, then what kind? Which goes back to Yi Sung's question, preparing for what? If it's flexibility of mind and critical thinking, that is something that has transmitted embodied in a dialogical relationship. One of my mentors told me once, he said, when all is said and done, they'll never remember what you told them, but they will remember how you treated them. And I think that relational aspect goes back to the Chinese character Ren, which is a human being with two, often interpreted as a relational between two people. People don't realize that originally that was a oracle bone figure for a pregnant woman. And it hit at the most fundamental sort of relational model that we are in relational connections, almost like family, in the educational system. And that's why the real transmission of knowledge is embodied. What we do is far more important than what we say. And the modeling of moral, whatever you want to call that, comes from that. So I think if we go to that model, we're irreplaceable. If we go to training, my gosh, these schools would be the first to go.
That's great. So I think I'm very happy to have such a very dynamic and spiritual, insightful discussion, but our time's running out. So I would like to give the last few minutes to the audience. We have many teachers and students here, but I would like you to make a comment, not a question, because everybody provide a few minutes answer that we run over time too much. Are there anybody who would like to contribute your experience? A short question, but not short answer, not a comment, not a question. I would like to give people the opportunity to share.
They will be graded, right?
Yeah, AI will check for you. Yeah.
Going back to your point.
Any last chance? Oh, you raise your hand like this. You're too shy.
Comment. So my experience with AI, or I guess something related to AI, is Google Translate. And I believe that I went to Arcadia High School and I took French classes there for 4 years, up to AP French. And my French teacher, Madame Bon, she's amazing and she's really involved in her students' lives. She told us that Google Translate is seen as a crutch and not as something we should completely rely on to learn the language. So I believe that in education, when we're learning and trying to obtain the knowledge itself, we could use those resources to verify our answers or to support our learning, but not replace our learning. So that's just my perspective on that.
It's an excellent comment. Great coming from a student. Okay, there's one question here.
I find today's conference is very beneficial, personally to me. My name's Tammy, and I'm a CS major student. And I just finished my 6 core courses in the program, and we learned low-level languages like from C and how CPU works, like from flipping bits 1, 0, all those, to Python, Java, data structures, algorithms. And up until this point, I feel quite lost in how should I proceed. I'm a little bit lost in trying to find a SDE job or internship. And I find myself kind of stuck in practicing LeetCode problems and trying to build up my first side project, like a full stack project, learning some front-end languages or the frameworks. But I still find myself not knowing what really computer science is. And how those basic building blocks go into building AI or cloud or machine learning. But today, after hearing all your presentations, I find myself, I realized I have only learned the basic things I should have known if I want to go deeper into computer science. I really haven't started to learn any applications of computer science series like those. So I really will go ahead and explore the world of computer science and find a field that I would like to dive deep into. And yeah, that's my feeling. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. So that is one of the purpose for this symposium. So what you learn at PCC or even in Caltech as an undergraduate, just building the foundation. Maybe when you become a senior, junior, participate in some research experience, then you can see a little bit of the purpose, the thinking behind it. I think that is, at least today, maybe planted a seed in you, then you see the bigger picture. Any other comments? Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Timothy. I'm an economics major. And right now, I'm taking Calculus 2 honors with Zhao Lang. And her approach, I've taken the math starting from college algebra all the way to calculus right now. Her way of teaching is completely different and radical because she is saying, you don't need a textbook. You actually don't even need to learn most of these math techniques. All you need to learn is the concepts. And I was like, what the? And I just decided, I decided to complement the class with another Calc 2 class I've been crashing this semester, where they're actually teaching the techniques and the processes. And he himself, on Thursdays, complained about the very thing that she was addressing, which is that right now, from what he said, is that the math and computer science curriculum might be outdated with the presence of AI, given that it can do a lot of computational heavy loading. And I can't lie, I don't, for all my projects, I don't even code them myself. I just ask ChatGPT. And people say, oh, Tim, you're a really great a really great coder. Can you just like work on this project? I'm like, sure, let me just type something in ChatGPT. So now I'm in this kind of limbo of like, should students right now, like myself, be learning the extensive curriculum and topics of mathematics, computer science, economics, or should we just be learning the concepts and just handing over the wheel to AI? At what point, maybe AI will be taking the wheel and taking over those computationally heavy topics that we don't even have to learn them. We just need to learn the concepts.
That is excellent. I'm glad that you share your honest sharing of your learning experience. But at the end, you raise a question. So I think that's a very valid question. Maybe we can ask some of the professor here to address that. Maybe we should we who raised the hand? Oh, right here. Okay, maybe.
But I couldn't have said it as eloquently as the other student had addressed. At one point, and it's a very interesting question. That's my interest in even coming to the conference in the first place. I wanted to know at what point I could use AI as an advantageous tool and then how it disadvantages me as a student. And I think the way the other fellow student on the other side questioned that idea was very eloquent.
Maybe we leave the answer to the end. Let's get such a great sample of questions.
Hello. I think one of the themes that me and other students in this building are wrestling with is like this balance. The first student who spoke talks about how they used AI or technology to be something that empowers their learning. And so I think in my classrooms with my classmates, I've seen the strongest students use technology and their own human experience, their own human intelligence, to make them stand out amongst the students who are opposed to using technology, and to make them stand out against the students who use technology as a crutch. And so I think as students, that should be the direction we move towards, is finding that balance of the strengths in our humanity and looking for the discipline in ourselves to use technology to our advantage.
Great. Any more questions? So today is ask the ChatGPT to do the answer for you. We have a real AI expert here. There's a question here. So do you have a question? Comment, yeah, right, perfect.
So I am first year at PCC, and for me, I have only learned CS and computer science back in high school, so I don't really know much. I only know a bit of Python, but still, I like to automate things on my computer. I just like to make some programs and just run it so that I don't really need to do it. So you could call me kind of lazy. And for writing the code, yeah, like he said, or many other programs I would assume, I just ask ChatGPT to tell me the program that I could, like the library that I could use to write it and the things that I could use, or just even directly write the code so that I don't really need to do anything. So that is my experience with, I guess, AI, just asking it to write the codes and stuff like that, which is maybe lazy, but still, it might be the future too, is what I believe, yeah.
You have a question? Okay.
Hello, my name is Shannon Sanchez. I'm a student at Cal State LA. I wanted to parrot a comment from another student. I think hers was more of a computer science related. Mine is applied math. I'm an applied math major. I've learned the foundations of math and like the ideas that go behind these large language models, but I'm not too sure how to apply it. So I'm kind of in the reverse position where she's learned how to code and I've learned the foundations of math, and I feel like maybe if we do a project together, we could accomplish something, you know, but at the same time, like on a real world level, like I want to know as a student where's my next step where I can apply myself to have a job rather than be left behind.
Well, this is a really wonderful comment and questions, and that's the best outcome of this symposium. Maybe with that, maybe the panel can give a brief answer. Yeah, you have your mic.
Yeah, I want to address some of the issues about what you're supposed to learn, how do you find applications, right? So I've always given this advice to young people, including freshmen, okay? Learn the basics, learn the concepts. Don't worry about the details, the techniques, because you cannot learn the basics later on in life, okay? In other words, when you have a job, you don't have time to learn that. So learn those basics. For example, who would have thought that you heard about gradient, right? I've mentioned many times. I can tell you, when I was a student of computer science department do not want to teach calculus. They don't want students to learn, because they say, that's for the mathematician. We are discrete, we are digital. I mean, today they use all kinds of stuff. They use potential energy to minimize and all that. So you do not know what the future world is like. So learn the basic, because then you are more flexible, you are more adaptive. And I think that's really the key advice. But they also, don't restrict yourself to classes. Now there's so much online you can learn. You just go to YouTube and say, I want to learn about deep learning. I mean, you have many stuff. That's how I learn, okay? I go on there and you have to be selective, you have to be critical, right? There are many hours of these. You have to know which one is credible. That's critical thinking.
Yeah, I think at this stage, students tend to use ChatGPT to write a report, write programs, and doing many things. Actually, I encourage my students, when they write a paper, they use Grammarly to check the grammar errors. I used to spend so much time as an English teacher, but now I don't need to spend so much time. They run the Grammarly. But I don't want to ask them to do the ChatGPT. But ChatGPT change the meaning. Sometimes change the meaning, and then the meaning may not be the original. And students just follow the ChatGPT. I say, well, don't change the meaning and change the grammar. But I think, again, I think we need to think about what's the value. So when you do the coding, I feel the really challenging most is how you build a hierarchy, how you use a small program and then gradually build a large one. That kind of capability, I think you need to have. But the other things, you may let the computer help you a little bit. But I think, again, it's really how the professor emphasize which part he think is very important in the training. In the writing the paper or report, basically, I think it's how you grow the skeleton, right? What's your basic idea? And then how you grow. ChatGPT can grow all the things for you. But now the issue is, if you rely too much on ChatGPT, when you go out, when you talk to people, can you also say good things, present well? So I think that's really the key. Sometimes you don't have the machine with you. You just need to talk to people face to face, interview and so on. So you want to make sure you still have the skill. So that's the education need to emphasize. You can save a lot of time not to go to a lot of details, but I think you still need to say, if you don't have that, can you survive? Right? We need a Google map, we need a lot of navigation software, yeah. But one day, if you don't have the GPS, you don't have that kind of thing, can we go home, right? You still need somehow, can you survive without that? But some people just totally depend on that. And then once you don't have that, you cannot survive, then that will be an issue.
I still know how to do square roots by hand.
Okay, I'll keep this quick. When I was in undergrad, I was writing assembly code. Who even knows what assembly code is?
What?
Assembly.
Assembly code.
All right, so I think I lost nothing by forgetting how to write assembly code. So, Python is beautiful because it looks almost like pseudocode. But I think the thing that really matters is computational thinking. Can you think computationally? Can you think algorithmically? Can you think using abstractions? The implementation details, is not super relevant. Like I literally used to write assembly code, which was a terrible, awful experience. So if you are interested in learning more about this topic, I recommend an article by Jeanette Wing. She was a former director of the NSF. The title is called Computational Thinking.
I know Janet very well.
Okay.
Just a quick comment. I'm very empathetic to all of your concerns. I could feel it in the air, not only about your future and security and jobs and so forth, but even is this curriculum relevant as I'm going through it and so forth. I know this is true in the humanities, and I'm thinking maybe it's true also in the sciences, that because we're so oriented to answers and solutions, we often forget that the real learning process is not finding answers and coming up with even further questions. And so I'm hoping, at least my friend I was talking about, the scientist, he delighted in having his answers challenged and delighted in having more questions, not only posing to me, but delighted to take them. And that's where I think the educated mind would dwell. So don't be nervous if you don't have an answer, not only to an immediate problem or even your life path. It will emerge as you walk it. It won't be something you sort of set in advance. And I'd be worried if you set it in advance, because then the flexibility is gone and you might, you'll die at 20 and be buried at 70. So keep that flexibility of mind going, because that's the critical, I think, besides, that's a critical thinking skill and an art, yeah.
So maybe given the time, we would run out over time by half an hour. But I hope you really have an enjoyable, stimulating afternoon. I certainly learned a lot. So I think that like using the model that Professor Jay Kwok talked about, weak AI, strong AI. So we can also maybe use the term weak learning and strong learning. So I have to talk about holistic learning. And I think the critical thinking, the humanism, everything. I think that if you have a more open mind, lay a solid foundation, then you can grow a lot of things on that. And then you can withstand any wind or change of direction. That, in fact, from my own education, I'm very thankful to the education I received from UCLA, from my advisor, Bjorn Enquist, and Stan Osher, Tony Chen, who was my teacher. They laid out a very strong foundation with a strong theoretical background foundation. So computational fluid dynamics, the thing that I worked on when I was a PhD thesis, already out of fashion many, many years ago. But with that foundation, I can adapt to the new environment and learn new things. I'm not afraid of learning new things. Then I can still contribute in a new field and then still persist, not just chase after fashion. You can do creativity. You can do critical thinking. You can ask the right question and then have the courage to try to answer them. Even though it's not an easy answer, take many years, but you still can be persistent. I think that is the kind of education that go a long way. So with that, I think I would like to stop. Thank all the speakers and the panelists. Yeah. Okay. Veronica, have a final word.
Okay. I want to say that this is a very enlightening conversation. There's so many things that were going through my head about the educational process, academic honesty, all the things that I deal with. So I just want to assure students, one of the things that I say when I'm getting asked, is it right? Look at your syllabus. Faculty have what they think and how they think you are supposed to be using AI. So if you're not doing what they say, then it is considered at PCC not being academically honest. So I'll leave it at that. And then the other thing I wanted to say is, I think for me, college is about experience. And I'm not worried about faculty losing their jobs because I know that a lot of students don't enjoy online learning. So in-person science classes definitely exist. So I think we're safe there. But I want to thank everyone. I hope this made us all think about where AI is going. And I want to thank the panelists and Yu Chang and Dr. Hao for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank the Pasadena City College for providing such a great venue, and Dr. Huang, Dr. Chang, and many organizers, Stephanie Liu and Michelle, many other people. I do not know all the organizer for their effort, their time, and to prepare this wonderful event. So I think that's a good place to conclude. Thank you very much.